For March Markdowns at Bennett Chevrolet. All month long, Bennett's paying a minimum $8,000 for any trade. No joke. You'll get at least $8,000 for any old rundown rot box. Just get it here for a minimum $8,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. But this special offer is only during March Markdowns. Got a good trade? Bring it to Bennett. Hey, if we're paying a minimum $8,000 for junk, imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. Looking for new? There's no beating Bennett. Because unlike other dealers, we're not selling over factory sticker. And there's 0% available financing. Plus, if you're stuck in a lease, bring it to Bennett. We can get you out early. Any make, any model. And remember, Bennett will buy yours even if you don't buy ours. Bring it in for a quick quote. No pressure or obligation. Just pure Bennett bliss. Because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
With all the sports we have, every time of the year is the best time of the year.
Step back, three-point shot in the air, bang, it's good. James Harden for three.
On 97.3 ESPN, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Monday edition on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Wow, we just had some breaking NFL news just minutes before I came on the radio. The AFC just got more busy, more packed with quarterbacks. Another reason for the Eagles to do more than sign Hassan Reddick, but will they? What a wild weekend in basketball. NCAA tournament. Sixers lose last night. Back in action tonight. By the way, tonight's Sixers game is at 7:30. You hear right here on your home for Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers. 97.3 ESPN FM. The Sixers take on the Miami Heat. Plus, we are an hour away from the NHL trade deadline. The Flyers have already made 2 deals. Will they make more? Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, will join us coming up after the NHL trade deadline at 3:25 today. So we got a lot to get to today. 4 hours to get to it. Here's the lineup. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City talk Phillies and Sixers at 2:40. 3:25 NHL trade deadline. Flyers. Giroux is gone. We'll talk with Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, then. 4 o'clock football on 4 with Jeff Mosher. The latest on the Eagles. What are they doing? What are they not doing? I mean, all that with Moshe coming up at 4 p.m. 4:40 p.m. Sixers are back in action tonight. Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers will join us at 4:40. Should we be concerned about last night's loss? We'll get into that deeper throughout the show as well as with Paul. At 5 p.m., an FOJ, friend of Josh, Andy McNamara, will join us at 5 p.m. from Sportsnet. We'll talk NFL. Deshaun Watson to the Browns. Now the Falcons trade Matt Ryan to the Colts. The Falcons will receive a 3rd-round pick, and they're taking on. Now, I got to make sure I read this correctly. According to Field Yates of ESPN, the Falcons will incur a dead cap hit of $40.5 million, the largest cap hit in NFL history by $7 million. Remember when the Eagles were desperate to get rid of Wentz? Well, apparently the Falcons said, hold my beer. I mean, what is going on? Why are these teams so willing to take on these massive cap hits? It's not like Matt Ryan was that much. And it's not like the Colts offered them a 1st-round pick or a 2nd-round pick. It's a 3rd-round pick. Atlanta must be really desperate to move on for the quarterback situation. So we got a lot to get to throughout the show today. Full lineup. And of course, you guys are out there, can join the conversation. The text board is open at 609-403-0973. Text board is 609-403-0973. If you're listening on 97.3 ESPN FM, if you're listening on the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, you can DM the show thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. So you got multiple ways to get a hold of the show, a ton of topics. I got to start with the NFL stuff because When I saw Matt Ryan got traded about 10 minutes ago, whatever exactly it was, the first thing I thought of was another experienced quarterback is leaving the NFC. I got to tell you, folks, I am shocked that Howie Roseman has not done more so far this offseason. Howie Roseman is usually one of the most aggressive, assertive guys in free agency in the NFL offseason. So unless there's a trade that we don't know about, or they're quietly working on something that we don't know about right now, I gotta wonder what the Eagles are thinking. Just because you made the postseason last year is not good enough. And in an NFC now, where the number one quarterback is Rodgers, the number two is Brady, you can flip-flop them if you want. Who are you really scared of? Sure, the Rams are running it back, but, some people believe that was a fluke. I don't, but other people do. I think the Rams and the Bucks had to be the two top contenders right now, with the Packers in third. Aside from those three teams, the Cowboys got worse this offseason. Washington is marginally better. Marginally. The Giants have no running backs behind Saquon Barkley right now. Look around the NFC. You scared of the Lions? The Bears? The Vikings will be interesting if they can stay healthy. I don't know if they're a championship caliber team at this point. Seattle's going through a rebuild. San Francisco, I think they're going to Trey Lance, even though Jimmy G hasn't been traded yet, which I'm still surprised he hasn't, because the Colts decided to take Matt Ryan over Jimmy G. Unless 49ers aren't trading Jimmy G. Maybe San Francisco's bluffing all of us, and Jimmy's going to stay in San Francisco for one more year. Kyler Murray in Arizona looks like they've made up, and they're good friends again. They're all going to be A-OK over there in Cardinals land. But you're not afraid of the Cardinals. Who in the NFC, if you're the Eagles, do you really have to be afraid of, who doesn't have either a Super Bowl ring or a future Hall of Fame quarterback? If you play your cards right, you could be a top 5 team in the NFC. But yet, as of right now, the only addition that the Eagles have made so far is to sign Reddick and re-signing a couple guys. I don't know what's going on in the NFL, folks. I'm a bit of a loss. I feel like this is an opportunity to take advantage of a situation. And I feel like we're still waiting on the Eagles to do something. Now, I understand the Falcons. They're not a great team anyway. But let's be realistic. Anytime you go against a guy who's won an MVP award, you tend to think about certain things, right? Well, maybe this guy's harder to beat. Maybe this guy can do this. Here's what I'm going to tell you, folks, right now. Howie Roseman better have a move up his sleeve, because right now, the Philadelphia Phillies, yes, the Phillies have made more moves in the last weeks than the Eagles. Dave Dombrowski has been more active in the last several days than Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman brings in Hassan Reddick. We're all thumbs up. This is a great move. Phillies bring in Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos. They bring back Raul Torreyes on a minor league invite. The Phillies actually look like they're trying something. The Eagles, they're just re-signing guys. I'm not a fan. A week ago, I was singing Howie's praises. Today, I'm questioning Howie. You know, there's some guys out there in free agency who are legit dudes they could get. And I think that they would make sense. And if your concern is, well, you don't want to spend too much money or the salary cap, blah, blah, blah. The Eagles have been shuffling money around for weeks. Howie's expertise is shuffling money. I'm not exactly worried about that. I think that the team still needs help at safety, and they still need help at corner. Now, a lot of guys have gone off the board, but there are still some names out there. And we're going to ask people throughout the show. You guys can chime in as well on the text board at 609-403-0973, or you could DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday here on 973 ESPN. There's still some names out there that if I'm the Eagles, I'm at least trying to make a deal with. Stephon Gilmore, I understand, is talking about big money, but you know, it's at least worth having a conversation about, right? Kyle Fuller is only 30 years old. Patrick Peterson, he's not old. He's not prime Peterson, but he's still pretty good. So is Janoris Jenkins. You need another veteran corner out there. You call Xavier Rhodes because him and Gannon used to work together. There's still some names at cornerback. Mike Hughes. Kansas City didn't bring him back because they want to go a different direction with the defense. Mike Hughes, 25 years old. There are corners out there. How about safety? Obviously, there's the one big fish that I think myself and every rational Eagles fan would love to have, and that would be Tyrann Mathieu. And apparently, he's not getting the money that he wants. Could the Eagles get him on a discount deal and bring him into Philadelphia? That would be a huge upgrade for the secondary. Right now, the only guy they have starting in the secondary are Darius Slay at the one corner, Anthony Harris at a safety position, and then you have nothing else. Other outside corner, not sure. Other safety, don't tell me it's Marcus Epps, or I will throw my phone at you. And this thing's a brick. I got one of those otter boxes on this thing. I can do some damage with this thing. You need more. I'm not interested in Landon Collins. He's a box safety. If you want another box safety, you might as well bring back Rodney McLeod. Kareem Jackson, Justin Burris, Keanu Neal, Terrell Edmonds. There's some guys out there. So I'm hoping that Howie Roseman still has some moves up his sleeve. Because with Matt Ryan leaving the NFC and with Deshaun Watson going to the Browns and not the NFC South, you have a situation where the AFC is getting thicker and thicker of competition and the NFC is becoming more open-ended. Howie's got to pick up the pace this offseason. Football at 4. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. He will join us coming up at 4 p.m. Also, Andy McNamara from Sportsnet. He will join us at 5 p.m. tonight on 97.3 ESPN FM. A little Sixers news coming down. Ramona Shelburne of ESPN is reporting that Joel Embiid has been downgraded out tonight versus the Miami Heat due to back soreness. So Embiid will not play. It looks like Harden will play tonight. So as a result, Embiid finally getting a day off. Embiid played his tail off last night. Okay. You know, Embiid did everything he could for the Sixers last night. And, you know, if he needs a day off, he's a little sore, he's a little banged up, I'm not holding that against him. You know, Joel is going out there every night, giving his best effort. He's doing everything he can. The problem with the Sixers is, as they're currently constructed, it's not a good roster. The roster as currently constructed is a bit of a mess. Because you had to give up Drummond and Curry to help make the Harden deal happen. And Drummond, I'm not as stressed about. What I'm stressed about is Seth Curry. You're now seeing multiple games where this team has spacing problems. And while you have to applaud them for the wins over the Mavericks at home and the Cavs on the road, they still lost to the Nuggets and the Raptors now, 2 home games. And the Raptors are not one of the best teams in the NBA. They're competitive, but they're not great. So no Embiid tonight. So that's going to be a problem against the Miami Heat, who are almost totally healthy now. This was Tim Legler this morning on Get Up on ESPN television talking about the 76ers. And I thought it was a very interesting question and a very interesting explanation from Legs.
Is this a blip or is this something we should be worried about, Legs?
No, that was as bad an offensive quarter as I've seen all year from any team in the NBA. That kind of ball security that you lack, not getting field goal attempts, being too Harden-centric in their offense. To me, this is a formula for disaster for Philadelphia if they operate their offense in key moments like this. In a one-possession game, you've got to continue to move the basketball. You've got to continue to play fast and play through Joel Embiid more often. I think in the mid-post to low post, he has a tendency to drift out into the perimeter because he wants to touch the basketball. When they get caught up in letting James Harden play the same way that he played in Houston, which is basically all high ball screen or ISOs, they're going to get in trouble.
Let's stop there for a second. We'll get back to Legs in a moment. But 2 things he said there. One, they get in trouble when they're too Harden-centric. The problem is that the head coach, Doc Rivers, is also the one who said that he's told James he needs to be more aggressive and more assertive. So either James Harden doesn't understand the message from his coach and his teammates, or they're giving him bad information. I have trouble believing that Doc Rivers, who between his playing career and his coaching career has about 4 decades of NBA experience, along with his coaching staff, with guys like Sam Cassell, who's got rings on his fingers and championships, one of the best defensive coaches in the league, Dan Burke. He's got Dave Yeager, one of the best offensive minds in the league. That all of these coaches are just messing up. You know, if you want the athlete to do something different, you got to give them a different set of tools to work with. And when I listen to Legler here, I'm listening to guys, you can't be too Harden-centric. You got to work through Embiid in the post. You know, too much ISO ball. He's playing like he did in Houston. And I thought Harden said on and off the record, he doesn't want to play like he did in Houston. I thought from everything I had heard, everything I had read, that Harden had said, and Harden didn't want to be the central focus of a team anymore. Well, if that's the case, and Harden doesn't want to be that guy anymore, then why are they doing this? And now Embiid's not going to play tonight, as reported by ESPN's Ramona Shelburne. He has been downgraded out due to back soreness. What's going to happen tonight when it is only Harden on the floor? You realize this game's going to be a mess tonight. Tim Legler continues.
Because you're going to see teams load up on him. They don't have a ton of shooting around James Harden on that team. They're not very deep. So now you really are relying on Harden basically to just own the game possession by possession. And it's a formula to get them bounced early in the postseason. So right now, the verdict very much out on this team. I think the key is Tyrese Maxey. He has got to be more involved in key moments. He checked back into the game last night, Shea, with 7.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. He did not have any bearing whatsoever on the offense the rest of the game, except for a meaningless dunk with 8 seconds to go. He is your next best offensive player. You've got to continue to include him. And I think he's so young, sometimes he defers to the stars, and they get very predictable. So right now, I'm concerned. They're not very deep, and they're very predictable when the game is on the line. It's something they're going to have to try to get tightened up here before they get into the postseason.
That was Tim Legler this morning on Get Up on ESPN television. A lot to digest there from Legs. And I thought that the predictable part is what stood out to me the most. You got to have variety. You got to have diversity. And, you know, if Harden is incapable of doing that, then I think that part of the solution needs to be you have to, as an organization, you have to either take the ball out of Harden's hands and turn him into a shooting guard, or tell Harden, you're a point guard. You're not, this is not James Harden Rockets time. Even a night like tonight, if there's no Embiid, I don't think this is going to be a winnable game tonight. I mean, I got to double check what the line's been moved to at this point. But I'm assuming that no Embiid means the Sixers are not favored tonight, even though they're at home. Because if I am the Heat tonight, I'm going to attack the basket mercilessly. Listen, you got guys like Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. You got some talented guys out there. I'm going to assume that you're looking at, DeAndre Jordan and Paul Reed and Paul Millsap, and maybe if Bassey gets some run. I have no idea. We'll find out. But you went from being a 1.5 point underdog to now a 4-point favorite for the Miami Heat. Joel Embiid is worth 5 points. 4.5 at FanDuel. It's 4 at Caesars Sportsbook. You can get it at 3.5 at Sugar House, but I don't know how long that's going to last. I mean, this is going to be an ugly game tonight, folks. Kyle McGinnis is going to be, ripping this team. I guarantee it tonight. Because there's going to be some moments tonight where McGinnis is like, well, what were you doing? What's going on here? This is going to be an ugly game. Embiid is the reason why this team is 43-27. Embiid is personally responsible for 33 of those 43 wins by himself. And unless James Harden can, to use Tim Legler's words, be less predictable, then you have a situation where it's going to be a loss tonight, and it's probably going to be ugly. Legler said it. Not good shooting, not good depth. You gave up the depth to get the superstar. You got James Harden. You wanted the former MVP. He is a good compliment to Joel Embiid. But when push comes to shove, your third option is Tyrese Maxey. And Tyrese Maxey is still a young basketball player. He is still learning and finding his way in this league. Yesterday, you went against a Raptors team whose best player is Pascal Siakam. And Siakam, if you ask most people, he might not even be a top 15 player in this league. He's very good. I love Siakam. He's a fun guy to watch. He's talented. But the Siakam-led Raptors basically grinded out a win. You could have won the game. You actually played decent defense last night. They weren't horrible. The Raptors fouled you 16 times. It's not like you weren't getting to the line. But you know what happens? The Raptors had 7 threes last night, and so did you. If you're the team that can't capitalize and win games, you're not winning a championship. And I think it's fair to say right here, right now, as of March 21st, the Sixers, they got some things to figure out. I know all along it was going to take some growing pains. But Tobias Harris needs to get his head out of the sand. He should be the third option on this team. Tobias played 27 minutes last night because he couldn't hit threes and he was in foul trouble. Unacceptable of a veteran. Tyrese Maxey, as Legler said, didn't score almost at all in the fourth quarter. That's unacceptable. Harden's supposed to be one of the leaders of this team. He himself couldn't hit a three last night. So it's on him to find ways to get his teammates involved and put them in position to be successful. You're the quarterback. You're the point guard. You can't do that. Someone else needs to play point guard. Maybe the goal tonight is telling Maxey, you're the point guard. Harden, you're the shooting guard. There's no Embiid tonight. The goal tonight is to show the Heat something that they haven't seen yet. Because as Legler said, being predictable is going to doom this team in the long run. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. You can send your DMs into the show through 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. We also have texts on the text board. 609-403-0973. Paul from Millville, Monday Marcus. I'll get to your messages on the other side of this break. Sports Bash being brought to you by AC Airport. Plan your spring break getaway today. Create memories to last a lifetime. Start with nonstop flights from Atlantic City to Cancun, San Juan, and Miami. Book your low-cost flight today at spirit.com. Your text messages on the other side, plus Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City at 2:40 p.m. tonight here on 97.3 ESPN FM. Your home for Sixers basketball, the NCAA tournament, Eagles football, Flyers hockey, and more.
From the first four to the final four. Whoa! Listen to the NCAA tournament on 97.3 ESPN.
Tyndall Auto Plaza has the area's largest selection of pre-owned vehicles of all makes and models, with over 170 pre-owned vehicles on their huge 100-acre lot. Everything from sporty coupes to SUVs to trucks. Tyndall offers the area's best buying experience, easy and hassle-free, with 60 years of customer satisfaction and community service. Discover why Tyndall customers are so loyal. Shop for your next pre-owned vehicle at Tyndall Auto Plaza, exit 10 of the Parkway, Stone Harbor Boulevard, or online at KindleAutoplaza.com.
When it matters, companies need more than just a delivery service. Cintas delivers full service and the reliability that comes with having a dedicated Cintas service rep who understands your business, which means they deliver confidence and peace of mind too. For uniforms, cleaning essentials, mats, first aid and safety supplies, and fire protection services, discover the personal attention you get with Cintas.
Oh, I'm ready!
Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
When was the last time everyone agreed on what's for dinner? You want ramen, they want pizza. Thankfully, there's something for everyone on the DoorDash app. For a limited time, get 50% off and zero delivery on your first order of $15 or more. When you download the DoorDash app and enter code ORDERNOW50, that's 50% off, up to a $12 value, and zero delivery fees on your first order. When you enter promo code ORDERNOW50, that's promo code ORDERNOW50, subject to change. Terms apply. Get more from your neighborhood.
Hey, y'all, this is your girl, Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge for a coupon and daily support? Sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Family. It looks a little different for everyone. For some, it's mom and dad. For others, roommates who feel like family. And for others, it's your significant other, their golfing buddies, your children, a high school soccer team starting lineup, and oh look, they're all taking you up on the offer to stay for dinner, really testing the limits of that phrase, the more the merrier. But no matter where you call home, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save on home and car insurance. Easier than making 3 frozen pizzas and assorted frozen veggies into a cohesive meal.
The end of the basketball season always includes good food, great drinks, even better friends. Jack Daniels has been a star player for over 150 years and is proud to be here again this year. Loud cheers for a big dunk or a toast to a timely three-pointer. Jack Daniels is best served at the center of the action. Make Jack Daniels a part of your tournament tradition by grabbing a bottle locally where fine spirits are sold. This year, take the action to another level by logging on to DraftKings and signing up for the Whiskey and Wings Challenge for your chance to win cash prizes courtesy of Jack Daniels. No purchase necessary. Drinks smooth. Draft smart. Make Make it count.
We're out of the brand name, but we do have the generic version of that.
Serene's Pharmacy can't keep up with allergy season.
Who's next in line?
They need certified technicians to alleviate the headache.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry for the wait. We'll have your prescription filled soon. I need some help.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You may be into punk rock, soft rock, or classic rock, R&B, hip hop, or house, country, techno, or techno country. But no matter what kind of music you listen to, here's something else you should hear. Please consider getting vaccinated. Talk to your pharmacist today about Comirnaty, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA. This message brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Welcome to Allstate, where saving on your auto insurance is kind of like a joyride. You, your car, and an open road. Maybe your best friend, too. The music is chill, and so is the traffic. You and your friend both look over at each other, and then he puts his head back out the window. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Allstate and affiliates offer products and services subject to availability, terms, and conditions.
Hoops are happening, and now is the time to rush to PropSwap to grab the best deals on all your favorite college teams. Every tournament, prop swappers make thousands of dollars by simply buying and selling college basketball teams. Now is the time to find those Cinderellas while the odds are high. Jump to the PropSwap app today and be sure to buy a handful of tickets. Cinderella stories happen every year. Don't miss your shot. Download the free PropSwap app today and get started.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey sports leader.
Talk with Mike McGarry of the Press of Atlantic City coming up in 10 minutes. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Also, we're about 30 minutes away from the NHL trade deadline. Flyers insider Kevin Durso will join us at 3:25 tonight. More football talk with Jeff Mosher on football at 4. And at 5 p.m. sports as Annie McNamara joins us as well. And inside the Sixers with Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers. No Joel Embiid tonight. I am guaranteeing a Sixers loss. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Paul from Millville chimes in and says, I am a huge Doc Rivers fan, but how long are we going to ignore the fact that we are continuously blowing huge leads at home? Our effort at home has been mediocre at best. If we can't win at home in the playoffs, we may get swept or lose in 5 in the first or second round. This team and Doc must be held accountable. Thanks, Paul in Millville. A couple things, Paul. First of all, I like Doc Rivers. I'm with you. I don't think Doc's a bad coach. You know, you don't get the 2 NBA finals and be a bum, all right, and win 1 out of 2, and they probably should have run 2 if Kendrick Perkins wasn't injured in that final game because Andrew Bynum went off in that final game against the Celtics. But I digress. I think part of the problem is accountability. I don't think the effort is that bad. I think that they showed you last night. They gave you effort defensively, but offensively, they were just giving you a poor game. It was a poor product last night. It was very sloppy. It was very ugly. It was just not a good look for them. So to me, I think that it's not about the effort per se, Paul. I think the problem is accountability. You know, Tobias Harris gets 5 fouls, doesn't hit a 3 last night. James Harden can't hit a 3 last night. At some point, it's not about effort. It's about being smart. You know, Harden has 6 turnovers last night. The rest of the team combined for 4 turnovers. When your quote-unquote point guard, Harden, has 6 turnovers and 4 personal fouls, that's unacceptable. Your best 3-point shooters in the starting lineup are Harden and Harris. Combined, they went 0 for 8. When you're depending on George Niang to get you 3s off the bench, it's not a good look, man. Paul from Millville, appreciate you chiming in. Monday Marcus says, what's up, Josh? How about the St. Peter's Peacocks? I hope we do it one more time in Philly versus Purdue. Now to the Sixers. When we play better teams, not named the Cavs, their scoring is an issue and their inability either to make shots or stop someone else from making shots in the clutch. Well, not alarming should be of some concern. That's from Monday Marcus over on 609-403-0973 on the text board. Here's the thing, Monday Marcus. They are not a bad basketball team, but they go through stretches where honestly they look horrible. Tim Legler called it predictable on Get Up this morning. It's just ugly basketball sometimes. Harden is forcing it at times. He thinks he has to, carry the game on his own shoulders. Doc Rivers said after the game last night, we got our ass kicked. Well, Doc, you know why you got your ass kicked? You know why you played poorly? Because your veterans, Harden, Harris, they didn't do their job. We got to stop looking at Maxey and Thibault as the problem, in my opinion. Thibault and Maxey are young guys who are still learning the league and growing into their own. Harden's a former league MVP. Tobias Harris got this stupidly large contract. Danny Green has won championships with the Spurs, the Raptors, and the Lakers. Those three guys need to be giving you more than they are. And when Harden has 6 turnovers, it's hard for me to blame the coach. It's hard for me to get mad at some of the other players. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will join us next to get more into the Sixers and the Phillies. And, of course, we'll get more of your text messages a little bit later in the show. Keep them coming. The text board is open at 609-403-0973 is the text board, or you could DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. We still have messages to get to from TJ from Millville as well as Pete from Vineland. We'll get to you guys a little bit later in the show. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. 4 hours of radio today here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City.
Sports.
The first touchdown of Devontae Smith's NFL career.
Scores.
The catch, the shot, the three. Swish.
Updates.
Oh, big save by Carter Hart.
Hear about it as it happens and when it happens on 97.3 ESPN.
Discover thousands of dollars in new tax credits with Jackson Hewitt. Get a head start on your taxes. Schedule an appointment with the Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro and learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
With GMF financing, approved credit excludes Corvette.
It's time for March Markdowns at Bennett Chevrolet. All month long, Bennett's paying a minimum $8,000 for any trade. No joke. You'll get at least $8,000 for any old rundown rot box. Just get it here for a minimum $8,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. But this special offer is only during March Markdowns. Got a good trade? Bring it to Bennett. Hey, if we're paying a minimum $8,000 for junk, imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. Looking for new? There's no beating Bennett. Because unlike other dealers, we're not selling over factory sticker. And there's 0% available financing. Plus, if you're stuck in a lease, bring it to Bennett. We can get you out early. Any make, any model. And remember, Bennett will buy yours even if you don't buy ours. Bring it in for a quick quote. No pressure or obligation. Just pure Bennett bliss. Because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
At Wendy's, March is madness. With our breakfast Baconator. Sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. Both made with fresh cracked eggs. Or even a honey butter chicken biscuit. And we're just getting warmed up. Get 50% off the official breakfast of March Madness when you order through the Wendy's app. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
For a limited time at participating Wendy's via app offer only. Account registration required. No discount applies to taxes or fees. Not valid with any other offer.
Family. It looks a little different for everyone. For some, it's mom and dad. For others, roommates who feel like family. And for others, it's your significant other, their golfing buddies, your children, a high school soccer team starting lineup, and oh look, they're all taking you up on the offer to stay for dinner, really testing the limits of that phrase, the more the merrier. But no matter where you call home, Geico makes it easy to bundle and save on home and car insurance. Easier than making 3 frozen pizzas and assorted frozen veggies into a cohesive meal.
The NFL football season is over, and the winter of 2022 is coming to a close. We are rapidly moving toward two long-awaited dates. One, after February 26th, there are only 3 Saturdays left until spring, and on March 13th, we move our clocks ahead. Hi, Tom McAllister from McAllister the Service Company. These are annual milestones that set us on a path towards warmer weather and those hot summer days. Remember the end of last summer when you decided to put off upgrading your older, inefficient air conditioning system? Now's the perfect time to revisit that idea and take advantage of preseason discounts and also the rebates offered by the state and the utilities. Talk to the experts at McAllister at 609-927-4122 or at mcservice.com for all of your air conditioning and heating needs. At McAllister, you cannot control the weather. We can control your comfort.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
Block heartburn all day and all night with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Has this ever happened to you? My friend was telling me about his new pair of headphones, so I looked them up online. Now, everywhere I go is a creepy ad for those headphones I looked at one time. I hate that feeling like I'm being watched. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
With basketball season in full swing and UFC every weekend, it's time for you to experience sports betting done right at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside Bally's Atlantic City Casino and Resort. Get in on all the games you love at the FanDuel Sportsbook, located right off the Atlantic City Boardwalk. The retail sportsbook features 5 betting windows, a large video wall, 20 self-service betting kiosks, and much more. Get your game face on and score big when you bet with FanDuel Sportsbook only at Bally's Atlantic City Casino and Resort. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Sports Bash being brought to you by Atlantic City Airport. Plan your spring break getaway now. Create memories to last a lifetime. Start with nonstop flights from Atlantic City to Cancun, San Juan, and Miami. Book your low-cost flight today at spirit.com. Well, no Joel Embiid tonight, which means our Sixers are probably going to lose by, I don't know, like 10. Maybe not. Phillies, they're actually spending more money than the Eagles right now. How about that? I never thought I'd be saying that about a week ago. To get into all that more, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City joins us now here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, how you doing today?
Hey, Josh, what's going on?
Well, I got to start with the Sixers because no Embiid tonight. Doc Rivers said they got their ass kicked last night. Harden had 6 turnovers. The rest of his teammates had 4. Is this just a temporary, pothole in the road, to use a Jersey road term, or is this a symbolic of a bigger problem for the Sixers?
I look at it just being a temporary sort of pothole there. I mean, on Friday night against the Dallas Mavericks, the Sixers looked pretty darn good against the Dallas Mavericks, who have been playing very well out in the Western Conference. So, look, they're not going to win every game that they play the rest of the way. And if Harden does not play well, they're probably going to lose the game. So I'm not going to, overreact to the loss on Sunday night. I still think, what are they, like 9-2 or 10-2 with Harden in the lineup? So I still think they're a team that's a definite championship contender. But it's the NBA, and you're going to have moments where you just don't play well. And I think you're seeing it tonight with the resting of Embiid. Their number one goal, I think, is just to get to the playoffs and be healthy, basically, and then see what happens from that point on.
Yes, no Embiid tonight. Reports are out there. Start with Ramona Shelburne of ESPN was the first I saw reported. Embiid is out tonight, back soreness. So it'll be Harden and company tonight against the Miami Heat, 7:30 p.m. You can hear it here on 97.3 ESPN. Tim Legler said this morning on Get Up, Mike, that the Sixers have become predictable and Harden has become stale at times. How do you fix that?
Well, I mean, again, I go back to their overall record with Harden in the lineup, and I think it's pretty good. Are they a perfect basketball team? No. Do they have some weaknesses? Yes. Do they lack, would I like it if they were a better shooting basketball team? Yes. Would I like it if Harden was a bit better defensively? Yes. So they're not a perfect basketball team, but I think you could look at every basketball team in the East and run them down and say, this is what this team lacks. This is what this team lacks. This is what that team lacks. So again, I'm not going to overreact to one game. That's a common complaint about Harden. He dominates the ball. His teammates have a tendency to stand and watch him play. I mean, he did not shoot the ball well last night or play great last night, but he looked pretty darn good on Friday night against the Dallas Mavericks. So again, I'm not going to go game to game with them. I think they're in an NBA title contender, and I think they just got beat last night. And I think you can look at every team in the NBA East and say, this is what this team lacks, and they didn't look good last night, and this and that. And go from there.
Is there maybe an opportunity tonight with no Embiid out there to maybe get a little experimental with the lineup, Mike? Maybe say, hey, Harden, why don't you play a little more shooting guard? Maybe Maxey plays point guard. Maybe you go small ball lineups. Maybe it's tonight an opportunity for Doc to get experimental.
Yeah, it's an opportunity maybe to see what some other guys have. See what other kind of lineups work, see what, maybe they can get out of some of the backup center guys, basically. But again, without Embiid, you can't take anything seriously that the 76ers do. It's taking Giannis off Milwaukee. It's without Embiid, the Sixers are handicapped, offensively and especially defensively now. Without him on the floor, they're going to struggle defensively, and they're playing a Miami team that is one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. So this would be a tough assignment for the 76ers tonight.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on 97.3 ESPN. You can follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry. Check out all of his coverage of sports, as well as high school sports and the Phillies and the Sixers and others over at thepressofatlanticcity.com. Speaking of the Phillies, Mike, when they first came back, I was like, I need to see what this team does before I judge them too much. Well, now I know what they're doing, Mike. They're saying we're going to try to win games without defense.
Yeah, I mean, that would seem to be the theory. They signed Castellanos, they signed Schwarber. They're definitely going to have an exciting lineup. They're definitely going to be able to score runs. They definitely got a deep lineup. I'm concerned, like you said, about the defense. But even more so than the defense, and again, I'm not going to minimize the defense. I don't think it's great to give major league teams. If you give major league teams 28 or 29 outs a ball game, they're going to make you pay for it. But I'm more concerned about the starting pitching, Josh, more than anything. You have Aaron Nola coming back off a bad year last year. You have Wheeler, who threw a career high 213 and 2/3 innings. Already had some shoulder soreness in December, stopped his throwing program. Now he's told the reporters down in Florida that he expects to be ready for opening week. But again, that's a warning sign. And then, Ranger Suarez, I loved how he pitched last year. I thought he really emerged. But boy, are we kind of expecting him to go out there again and pitch to a below 2 ERA and only give up 4 home runs as a starter all season? I mean, boy, that's asking a lot right there for a guy who has a track record of doing it for 2 to 3 months. So, and then behind him, you got Kyle Gibson, who's okay, and Zach Eflin, who can be good, but he's been an injury problem his whole career. Again, he's a guy that says he's going to be ready, opening week, but we'll see. So, put the defense aside. The defense is not good, but the number one thing I'm concerned about with is starting pitching. You read some comparisons. Say, I thought Jason Stark had a good article on The Athletic today where he talked about how Dombrowski has done this before with the Detroit Tigers, but the Detroit Tigers that year had Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander at the top of their rotation. I don't see those guys pitching for the Phillies right now. So to me, offense is great. Love the offense. Love home runs. Who doesn't? Hitting weather, Charlie Manuel, all that good stuff right there. Defense, okay. But to me, the season could hinge on the starting pitching and just how deep and good it is.
I'm glad you brought up Nola, because to me, Nola is like this anomaly, because there was a time when this team wasn't good and he was their best pitcher. It was him and nobody else. Now, for the last 2 years, he's a 500 pitcher. I mean, is he just burned out? Did he lose his way? What do you think his problem is?
He said last season to me, he had trouble putting guys away. And how many 0-2 base hits, home runs did he seem to give up last season? And then, in his first start of the spring, we saw one of them on Saturday, I believe, when he pitched. So he's a guy that's got to learn how to put people away. And he's a guy who's got to learn to go deeper in games. We're seeing too many games from Nola where he strikes out 10 or 11, but only lasts 5 innings because he throws so many pitches or 6 innings. So I'd like to see him pitch more to contact, put people away when he's got him behind in the count at 0-2 and 1-2, and go deeper in games. I mean, I go back to Aaron Nola when he was drafted. The Phillies told us that he wasn't an ace when they drafted him, right? So I don't think that's realistic. They thought he could be a solid number 2 or a number 3 guy. Last year, he pitched like a number 4 or 5 guy. Some seasons he's pitched like an ace. Last year he pitched like a 4 or 5 guy. If he could be that number 2 or 3 guy, and if Wheeler stays healthy, you might have something. But again, I think that the starting pitching worries me. The depth of the starting pitching and the guys you're asking to do it kind of worry me with the Phillies right now.
Mike Bagari from the Press of Atlantic City joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday. Mike, let's flip it over to the tournament, because, anybody who was watching the MAC saw St. Peter's. And now St. Peter's is in the Sweet 16, and they're going to play in Philadelphia. Not a bad job for a guy who, the last time a Jersey team was in the Sweet 16, he was their point guard.
Right.
Almost 30 years ago.
Yeah, Seton Hall, I believe it was 2000. Shaheen Holloway was the point guard. He led the Pirates to the Sweet 16. A little plug coming up here. St. Peter's assistant coach Umar Shannon is a 2009 Atlantic City graduate. I spoke with Umar yesterday. We're going to have a story in the Press of Atlantic City, I believe in Thursday's paper. It'll be online on Wednesday. Umar sort of describing this experience, everything from winning the MAC title in his hometown of Atlantic City in a funny quote, he said, in the same building, Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall, where he graduated from high school, basically. The Atlantic City graduation is held in that building. Then he goes back and gets to cut down the nets as a MAC champion. And then they become the number one story across of the tournament, and maybe the number one story in sports this past weekend. So, and I think I tweeted out, Josh, and one of the things I said, those MAC games, I hope a lot of people carry this over to the tournament next year in Atlantic City. Those MAC games were tremendous games. St. Peter's isn't the only MAC team that played with that sort of desire and energy. Those MAC games, Iona Ryder, Quinnipiac Siena, Ryder Monmouth that Friday night, and the Monmouth St. Peter's title game on Saturday. Those were tremendous, hard-fought basketball games. And if you saw the St. Peter's in Boardwalk Hall, you're seeing that now on the national stage, because they were doing the same thing in Boardwalk Hall in tremendously hard-fought games that they're doing now before the entire country. And it's just great to see. And Atlantic City, the MAC tournaments there, it almost feels like, St. Peter's, they're our kind of team now, and they've got the connection of having Umar Shannon, an Atlantic City graduate, on the bench as an assistant coach. So it's great when locally you can sort of, have your hooks in a story like that.
Mike, before I let you go, do you have a favorite who is left in the tournament right now?
Boy, I kind of I like Gonzaga to win the tournament. And they were able to come back against Memphis, perhaps because Larry Brown wanted Penny Hardaway to call some timeouts there in the second half, and Penny didn't listen. So Gonzaga able to come back in that second half. I think Gonzaga is going to be able, is a team to beat. Obviously, St. Peter's. The thing I worry about with St. Peter's, they play Purdue Friday night at the Wells Fargo Center. I think the thing that worries me there is I think Purdue does what St. Peter's does, but they just do it bigger and better. They're a defensive first team. That they they're opportunistic on offense, but they're big. What St. Peter's does well, Purdue does just as well, and with bigger and better guys. So I worry about St. Peter's, but it'll certainly be fascinating to follow on Friday night.
He is Mike McGarry. Follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry. Check out all of his coverage over at thepressofAtlanticCity.com. Mike, appreciate you jumping on. I guess, enjoy the fan reaction when the Sixers lose tonight.
Yeah, we'll be ready. Everybody, no reason to panic. No reason to panic.
Take care, Mike.
See you later.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. I got messages to get you on the other side. TJ from Millville. We got Pete from Vineland. You guys' messages and more on the other side. Plus, we are 5 minutes from the NHL trade deadline. The Flyers have made 2 deals. Will they make one more? We'll get into all of it with Flyers insider Kevin Durso coming up at 3:25 in the next hour. Don't forget Football at 4. Jeff Mosher will get into what are the Eagles doing. Are they done making moves this offseason? Jeff will tell us coming up at 4 p.m. Football at 4 here on 97.3 ESPN FM.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the 76ers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Howard down low and slams it. Get out of the way. Joel Embiid with a ferocious slam.
It's Sixers Heat. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Philadelphia 76ers basketball on your radio home of the Sixers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
When it matters, companies need more than just a delivery service. Cintas delivers full service and the reliability that comes with having a dedicated Cintas service rep who understands your business, which means they deliver confidence and peace of mind too. For uniforms, cleaning essentials, mats, first aid and safety supplies, and fire protection services, discover the personal attention you get with Cintas.
Oh, I'm ready!
Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The end of the basketball season always includes good food, great drinks, even better friends. Jack Daniels has been a star player for over 150 years and is proud to be here again this year. Loud cheers for a big dunk or a toast to a timely three-pointer. Jack Daniels is best served at the center of the action. Make Jack Daniels a part of your tournament tradition by grabbing a bottle locally where fine spirits are sold. This year, take the action to another level by logging on to DraftKings and signing up for the Whiskey and Wings Challenge for your chance to win cash prizes courtesy of Jack Daniels. No purchase necessary. Drinks smooth. Draft smart. Make it count.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Hoops are happening, and now is the time to rush to PropSwap to grab the best deals on all your favorite college teams. Every tournament, prop swappers make thousands of dollars by simply buying and selling college basketball teams. Now is the time to find those Cinderellas while the odds are high. Jump to the PropSwap app today and be sure to buy a handful of tickets. Cinderella stories happen every year. Don't miss your shot. Download the free PropSwap app today and get started.
When was the last time everyone agreed on what's for dinner? You want ramen, they want pizza.
Thankfully, there's something for everyone on the DoorDash app. For a limited time, get 50% off and 0 delivery fees on your first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code ORDERNOW50. That's 50% off, up to a $12 value, and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you enter promo code ORDERNOW50. That's promo code ORDERNOW50. Subject to change. Terms apply. Get more from your neighborhood.
When you want experience, go for the best. Pick up the phone and call Dennisville Fence.
Hey, South Jersey contractors, is your current supplier failing on your railing? Dennisville Fence can supply or install whatever type of railing you need. With the largest selection in South Jersey, we are your go-to source for cable rail, glass rail, aluminum, and composite. Plus, we have a mile of white vinyl T-railing in stock to help you stay on time and on budget. Have trouble getting up the steps? Our instant rail and ADA handrail will have you covered. Don't leave your customer in the dark. Our full line of low-voltage lighting will knock your job out of the park. With materials delivered right to your home or job site, we make it easy to get you the products you need when you need them. So start planning your project today. Visit DennisvilleFence.com or our newest location at 229 Shore Road in Summers Point. Again, that's 229 Shore Road in Summers Point.
Pick up the phone and call Dennisville Fence. 1-800-499-FENCE.
Visit DennisvilleFence.com.
Searching for fun ways to spend your tax return? Boats for cats. Oh, flotation devices for cats. Don't waste it all on something silly. Spend smarter with Straight Talk. Get our Silver Unlimited plan for $45 a month with unlimited high-speed data and 5 gigs of hotspot data on the nation's largest, most dependable networks with nationwide 5G. If you're looking to get the most out of your refund, your search ends here. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Take a break from the books and plan your spring break getaway now. Create memories to last a lifetime, starting with nonstop flights from Atlantic City International Airport to Cancun, San Juan, and Miami. Book your low-cost flight today by visiting spirit.com.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers, and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the show. NHL trade deadline is here. It looks like the Flyers have not made any more moves. I haven't seen any last-second moves come in for the Flyers, but it looks like the Giroux deal on Saturday, the Braun deal officialized today, and that's it. So it looks like that's going to be the extent of their movement. So we will get into all that coming up in about 25 minutes. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, will join the show coming up at 3:25 p.m. Football at 4. Some interesting speculation out there now about why Deshaun Watson didn't want to come to the Eagles. I'm going to leave the explanation on hold until we get to Jeff Mosher, because I need to talk with Jeff about this, because Jeff's covered the team for a long time. He's very well aware of the interpersonal dynamics of the organization and the dynamics of people who are outside the organization in a way that I don't know if I'm in position to fully verbalize right here in a good way. But we got lots of Eagles up to get to because, like I said earlier in the show, right now, you have a situation where Dave Dombrowski is showing up Howie Roseman right now. I hate saying it because I'm not thrilled with Dombrowski has done. I like it, don't love it. He's been active. I gotta give him credit for that. Phillies are spending money. Eagles are not. I'm not happy. Eagles should be spending money. They have no reason not to. So we got a lot to get to. So coming up here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. I promise I get some of you guys text messages in this segment here, so I've set aside this segment and the segment after Durso just for you guys. So get to your thoughts, comments. Texts have been coming in at 609-403-0973 is the text for 609-403-0973. Also, you can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. Thanks to First Bank of Seattle City. TJ in Millville chimed in, says, when the Howie Roseman stuff, could it be a possibility he's restructuring and signing mid-tier guys cheap to roll over into 2023 since the cap is going to be much higher with the new TV deal? It's from TJ in Millville. TJ, I appreciate you chiming in. Here's the only problem I have. The problem with the rollover idea is you still have money to spend this year. You didn't cut and then re-sign Fletcher Cox for nothing. If you were worried about the rollover, you would just kept him on the books. You didn't tender a restricted free agent tender, Boston Scott. You didn't tender Greg Ward because you got them on the cheap, re-signing them. So what exactly are we waiting for next year when we have a chance to take a step forward this year? I think that's part of my problem. Part of my problem is that you're in an MFC where you can take a step forward. You build the roster right. You could be a top 5 team. The Saints just re-signed Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston is coming off a serious injury. Right now, the top 3 teams in no particular order are the Bucs, the Packers, and the Rams. After that, every one of the other teams has major issues and flaws. The Cowboys roster has lost juice. Straight up, it's lost something, okay? They lost receivers. They've lost defensive players. Not the same team as last year. Washington is marginally better. The Giants will probably be better just because Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman weren't there, but it's not really saying much. The Cardinals are still a flawed team. The 49ers, there's question marks about who their starting quarterback is, considering that Matt Ryan went to Indianapolis and Jimmy G is still in San Francisco. Seattle's going through a rebuild. Minnesota is going to be an interesting team, but I don't think they're going to be a great team. Detroit will be marginally better this year. Chicago will be marginally better this year. I mentioned the Saints. Their quarterback situation's a mess with injuries and everything going on down there. Atlanta obviously is hitting a hard reset button. I mean, Cordell Patterson's putting on Twitter that he's warming up to play quarterback. So who exactly is the team that's going to be this great team or this playoff team after the top 3? It could be the Eagles if they play their cards right. But so far, they're just going Hassan Reddick, and that's kind of it. Again, I don't hate what the Eagles are doing. I just think they could be doing more. By the way, the Flyers did get one more deal in before the deadline. Derek Brassard has been traded to the Oilers. So they did make one more move before the deadline, looks like. So they got picks. They traded away guys. It's going to be interesting. Interesting rest of the offseason for the Flyers. Get back to more of your thoughts and comments. Text board is open, 609-403-0973. Over on the text board, Pete in Violin says, Josh, I never expected the Sixers to win a title this year. I always thought the Harden trade was about next year. Their bench is completely trashed right now, and they need to get out from under the Tobias contract. If they can accomplish those things, then next year they need to watch out. Not what anyone wants to hear, but they were never winning a title this year. That's from Pete and from Violin. Pete, I think that you're being rational. I think that's the problem. People don't want to hear rational. You know, when you make a big trade, when you make a big move, it's, we're going to the championship, we're winning a title, you know. But I think you're seeing in a game like last night that They don't have the supporting cast right now to win a championship. They have a supporting cast maybe get to the conference finals, because I think that if Harden can clean up his play, and if Embiid is healthy, and if Maxey and Harris can do their job, this team can beat most of the teams in the Eastern Conference in a 7-game series. But you're right. The bench right now is failing them. And as I said earlier in the show, Tobias Harris has been around the league for a while. Danny Green's got 3 rings from 3 different championship teams. James Harden's a former league MVP. Those 3 guys got to play better. They can go places, but those guys got to step up. Another message coming in says, okay, I'm not fully sure what the text was saying. I think this texter was doing voice talk to text. But I think he's asking, where's Bassey? If they need more Bassey, not getting enough offensive rebounds. The too many teams are hitting the glass against us. Well, that's been a problem all year, though, texter. It's not about Bassey playing or not playing. The Sixers have been among the worst teams in the NBA in rebounding all year. So that's not a recent thing. They've been out rebounded almost the entire season. So I think that the rebounding problem is something they have to address in the offseason. You might have to trade Tobias Harris to do it. I don't know if I have an answer to how to fix the rebounding problem. I don't think Bassey is particularly the answer. I think the answer is you need a better team. Because, you know, when you look at the game the other night with the Mavericks, you won the game, right? Fun game, big game, a lot of good stuff. You know, Luka and Embiid and Harden and Dinwiddie. But guess what? The Mavericks still had 40 rebounds. You had 38. You won the game by 10, but you still got out-rebounded. The Mavericks in that game out-rebounded you. It's not rocket science. When your best rebounders outside of Embiid are James Harden and George Niang, you got a problem. Another message coming in says, hey, Josh, everyone had this team going to the finals after the trade. Not deep enough. There's no shooters on this team. Does Harden make his teams better? Your thoughts? I think Harden makes his teammates better when he wants to. I know that sounds like a salacious comment, but I really mean that. I think that Harden is a guy that when he looks for his teammates, when he puts his mind to making the guys around him better, he's excellent. I think Harden has shown everywhere he's gone, whether it was in OKC, whether it's in Houston, with the Nets, and now with the Sixers, when he wants to go out there and be a high-level distributor, he can do it. And the Sixers win against the Mavericks. He had 12 assists and 2 turnovers. That's a great ratio. Last night's game, they lost to the Raptors. He had 6 turnovers, and he only had 8 assists. That's a huge movement of the pendulum. And part of the reason why was because you saw it. You saw a guy in Harden that was being too obsessed with hunting for his own shot, for trying to create offense on his own, trying to get the fouls, and it didn't work. And it's a part of the reason why they lost the game. So I think, based on your question, Harden does make his teammates better when he wants to. I think Harden is the kind of player that when he wants to do something, he will do it. He will get it done. I don't think Harden is the kind of player who is genuinely selfish. I think Harden is the kind of guy who wants to get his teammates involved, but there are times in the course of a game that he thinks he has to do more. Now, whether it's he himself thinking that or it's a coach like Doc Rivers telling him to be more assertive, to go looking for his own shot, I think that there is something to be said for the fact that Harden is capable of being better. When Harden is great, he's amazing. When he's not great, he's horrible. To me, it's very straightforward. And that's why I said earlier in the show, and I'll keep repeating this until I'm blue in the face. If this team does not get to a conference finals, the blame will fall on three men's shoulders solely for me. It will fall on Harden, Tobias Harris, and Danny Green. James Harden is a former league MVP. Tobias Harris is getting paid a total of $185 million. Danny Green has 3 rings. Danny Green and Tobias Harris are 2 of the biggest leaders in this locker room. James Harden, he's a top 10 player in this league. Those 3 guys should be able to find a way to help elevate this team. If those 3 guys can't get it done, that's who to blame. I won't blame Embiid. I won't blame Maxey and Thibault because they're young kids. And I'm certainly not blaming George Niang and Paul Reed and DeAndre Jordan and Shake Milton. Maybe somewhere along the way, Doc would deserve blame as well. Maybe somewhere along the way, Daryl Morey deserves blame as well for not having a good enough backup plan when you went out and got Harden. But those 3 guys, to me, I am watching very closely. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle City. Sports Bash being brought to you by Jenkins & Sons. Call Jenkins & Sons for heating and air conditioning installation, service and maintenance, plumbing, or drain cleaning services. Give them a call at 609-641-6262 or visit them online at jenkinsandsons.com. Couple more messages coming in here. We'll get to, as I promised, we'll get to a lot of your messages this hour. Kevin Durso joins us coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Flyers make 3 trades before the deadline. Claude Giroux over the weekend. And then today, finalizing the Justin Braun deal. And then Derek Brassard traded minutes for the deadline. Looks like those are the only 3 that got moved. A couple of messages coming in here. Texter says on the 609-403-0973, I really don't see Harris playing in Philly next season. Texter goes on to say he really doesn't fit in with his team, and his contract is seriously hindering them from adding pieces around Harden and Embiid. Yeah, the Harden Embiid dynamic isn't going anywhere anytime soon. I think that the Tobias contract, as you said, is what's holding them back. The problem with Tobias's contract is that you got to find a team that's willing to take that contract on, number one. Number two, how do you replace his leadership in the locker room is another part of the conversation. You know, Tobias has 2 years after this year left on his contract. They're the highest number salary on his contract. So you got to find a team that's willing to eat that money or give you their bad contract or contracts. I think that ideally you'll want to trade Tobias out of the Eastern Conference. The problem is that most of the Western Conference has some pretty serious cap restrictions. The Mavericks, the Jazz, the Timberwolves, the Nuggets, the Clippers, they're all pretty tied up with salaries. And we know the Lakers, their backs against the wall as well. So I don't really see a situation where you can keep, if you give it to Tobias, you might have to trade him in the Eastern Conference. Teams like Atlanta, teams like the Knicks, teams like, Washington's going to have some salary cap room because the Porzingis money is to come off of their contract at the end of the year. What do you do with Tobias? You got to trade him for someone. Would Atlanta trade John Collins for Tobias? I don't know if Collins fixes a lot of your problems right now. There's a lot of ways they can go with this. It's a not ideal situation. You might have to get creative. This is maybe where a 3-4 team deal gets involved. And it might have to be an Eastern Conference team getting involved in some of that just because of the fact that I'm assuming Danny Green is going to be let go because he's got a player option after this year. Do they let Green come back? They didn't trade him at the deadline. If you keep Green to be a leader in the locker room, you let Tobias go. What are you getting in return? There's a lot of pieces to still be moved. And I think if you're Tobias Harris, you either got to play better, you got to find your place on this team, or you better know you're out the door. Speaking out the door, the Flyers traded away Claude Giroux. They gave him his 1,000th game celebration. They won that game. They won the first game in the post-Giroux era. They've made 2 more deals today. Flyers insider Kevin Durso will give us all the latest, all the breakdown coming up next here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday.
From the first 4 to the final 4. Listen to the NCAA tournament on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill. I want to tell you about my friends over at South Jersey Advanced Health Solutions. You've been hearing me tell you about my allergy issue and Dr. Paul Lewis of South Jersey Advanced Health Solutions. And my allergy problem, well, it's gone. Dr. Paul took care of my allergies, and he can do it for you as well. If you're allergic to red meat, mold, food, any environmental allergies, if you have Lyme disease, autoimmune disorders, ADHD, ADD, learning disabilities, insomnia, headaches, Dr. Paul can help. I'm proof. I went down there with horrible allergies. Dr. Paul saw me. I was there for no longer than 15, 20 minutes, and he took care of the problem within hours. No sniffles, no sneezes, no allergies. If you're someone who loves seafood, but you're allergic, go see Dr. Paul. The red meat allergy or any other type of allergies that you just can't stand living with. Dr. Paul Lewis, South Jersey Advanced Health Solutions. He helped me, and I know he can help you. 856-285-4788. Just give him a call. Tell him what your problems are. See if he can answer your questions. sjadvancedhealth.com. Dr. Paul Lewis, South Jersey Advanced Health Solution. Vineland, Cape May Courthouse. If you have allergy issues and you haven't made the call, I don't know what you're waiting for. It's the best call I've ever made. Tell him Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you.
With GMF financing, approved credit excludes Corvette. It's time for March Markdowns at Bennett Chevrolet. All month long, Bennett's paying a minimum $8,000 for any trade. No joke. You'll get at least $8,000 for any old rundown rot box. Just get it here for a minimum $8,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. But this special offer is only during March Markdowns. Got a good trade? Bring it to Bennett. Hey, if we're paying a minimum $8,000 for junk, imagine how much more you'll get for a good quality trade. Looking for new? There's no beating Bennett. Because unlike other dealers, we're not selling over factory sticker. And there's 0% available financing. Plus, if you're stuck in a lease, bring it to Bennett. We can get you out early. Any make, any model. And remember, Bennett will buy yours even if you don't buy ours. Bring it in for a quick quote. No pressure or obligation. Just pure Bennett bliss. Because our non-commissioned sales staff is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. Find new roads at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
We're out of the brand name, but we do have the generic version.
Serene's Pharmacy can't keep up with allergy season.
Who's next in line?
They need certified technicians to alleviate the headache.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry for the wait. We'll have your prescription filled soon. I need some help.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Wendy's, March is madness. With our breakfast Baconator. Sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. Both made with fresh cracked eggs. Or even a honey butter chicken biscuit. And we're just getting warmed up. Get 50% off the official breakfast of March Madness when you order through the Wendy's app. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
For a limited time, participating Wendy's via app offer only. Account registration required. No discount applies to taxes or fees. Not valid with any other offer.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect time to power up productivity and gaming victories. Now you can save what Dell employees save on high-performance tech. Save 17% on XPS and select Alienware computers with Intel Core processors. Plus, check out exclusive savings on Dell monitors, headsets, and accessories for greater immersion in all you do. Upgrade today by calling 800-BY-DELL. Again, that's 800-BY-DELL, or you can visit Dell.com/semi-annual sale.
Ever heard the grass is always greener on the other side? If you're in a dead-end job, you want greener grass. Well, My Computer Career can help. In months, not years, they can give you a new life as an IT pro. You learn from home by taking classes live online. Financial aid is available for those who qualify. And My Computer Career offers lifetime career services, which helps you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
With basketball season in full swing and UFC every weekend, it's time for you to experience sports betting done right at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside Bally's Atlantic City Casino and Resort. Get in on all the games you love at the FanDuel Sportsbook located right off the Atlantic City Boardwalk. The retail sportsbook features 5 betting windows, a large video wall, 20 self-service betting kiosks, and much more. Get your game face on and score big when you bet with FanDuel Sportsbook only at Bally's Atlantic City Casino and Resort. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
NHL trade deadline finally comes and goes. Giroux traded on Saturday. Justin Braun's deal made official today. And Derek Brassard is an Oiler. So what is next for the Flyers in the aftermath of this deadline? To get into all that and more, our Flyers insider Kevin Durso joins me right now here on 97.3 ESPN as the Flyers made some selling and, well, Kevin, they got draft picks. How you doing?
As good as I can be for being as busy as I have in a long time, I'll tell you that much.
So let's take care of the Giroux stuff first because, you know, you and I were texting over the weekend and listen, I'll be honest. I have no idea who this prospect is. You know, I'm leaning on guys like you, people who cover the NHL, you know, your Emily Kaplan's at ESPN, you know. I don't know, you know, I'm watching NHL Network looking for some information. But honestly, Kevin, it feels like that, you know, Giroux said in the press conference that he wanted to go to Florida, and Fletcher basically just had to get something in return for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was time again, similarly to everything that we've talked about with other players who have moved over the years. It's, you know, it came down to a point where you don't make the contract that you don't have the contract that you do for Claude Giroux as long ago as it was signed 8 years ago and expect to have this day come. You don't expect that. You make contracts like this, you make deals like this and have no movement clauses in deals like this for your top players because you think you're going to contend for a long time. And it never happened. It just kind of flat out never really happened. And that, as I wrote the next day, my reaction to this was not necessarily the deal itself. It was not necessarily to pin everything completely on Chuck Fletcher, because Chuck Fletcher is one piece of the equation when you consider Bobby Clark drafted Claude Giroux. Paul Holmgren signed the contract with the no movement clause in it. And through the years since then, Ron Hextall was the GM. Chuck Fletcher was the GM, and this team never went further than making the second round once in Claude Giroux's time as captain. That's it. And that falls on everybody, top to bottom, that you didn't do enough while he was here, while he was your captain, while he was, for the most part, all of those years, your best player. And sometimes, you're backed into a corner with that. I don't want people to paint Claude Giroux as a villain here, in the sense that, well, he forced them to settle because of the fact that he wasn't willing to help them out in the deal because he only chose Florida. That's his right. You give a guy a no trade clause when the time comes, he has every right to play that card, and he has every right to basically demand to go to a specific place if he feels like that's the right fit. And he did. And I don't think that there should be anything, don't begrudge Claude Giroux anything for that. That's his choice. And if nothing else, blame everything else. If you're going to be frustrated with what the return was, frustrated that this deal had to happen and Claude Giroux was not a lifetime Flyer, then blame everybody else who had a say in this entire career that he had for 15 years, from his draft year to the contract extension that kept him on an 8-year contract until the trade happened that had the no movement clause in it, and the general managers and the carousel of coaches that he's had, and the many, many, many different players who never amounted to as much as, could make him kind of take the weight off of his shoulders and essentially not carry them into the playoffs all of those years. That's what you should be frustrated with more today than you are with the return of the deal or Claude Giroux playing that card of a no move clause.
So you mentioned, a lot of things there. So I'm going to try to digest some of it. It sounds like, from your perspective, it's not just yours, it's a lot of people. I try to read as much this weekend as possible. Okay. From you on the 97.3 ESPN.com to Athletic to ESPN Plus. I try to get as much as I could. The consensus I'm getting from all of you guys is that the Flyers' problems have nothing to do with Giroux, and that it goes beyond him, and that the Giroux trade is just another chapter in this mess that is the Orange and Black organization. Is that a fair summation?
Yes, that is a fair summation. It's exactly the way I feel about it, because of the fact that, to me, one player doesn't win you a Stanley Cup. There are great players that can have a very heavy influence. And I'm sure that, the day that Connor McDavid makes a Stanley Cup final, or the day Austin Matthews makes a Stanley Cup final, or the years that we've watched Sidney Crosby win or Alex Ovechkin win, those are guys who definitely are generational talents who make a difference. Can't deny that. But there are a lot of teams that win Stanley Cups that you kind of sit there and you go, who's their superstar? Who's the one guy that you pinpoint? And maybe they have a guy who stands out more than others, but they have a lot of those guys. Like, look at Tampa Bay. Do they have one clear-cut superstar, or do they have like 4? They have a lot of talent, and they built that talent themselves. They didn't go out and just start, they kind of do now, like when they went to defend their Stanley Cup and when they are trying to defend it for the second time, and go on a three-peat here. They are going out and trying to get as much as they can and inherit a lot more talent. But you don't do that at the start. You build it, and Claude Giroux is one of those players. You brought him in at a time when your team didn't have Claude Giroux first-round pick on the roster. It had Mike Richards first-round pick, Jeff Carter first-round pick, acquisitions like Danny Briere, Kimmo Timonen, Chris Pronger. You had a loaded lineup at that time that you could really think that you were going to go forward with for a long time. And there are extenuating circumstances. Chris Pronger got hurt. It was a career-ending injury. That sets you back. It's hard. You don't replace a guy like that. Just like, as it was said over the weekend and in the games that follow, Cam Atkinson said it, the day before Claude Giroux actually got traded, and we kind of all felt it coming because of the holdout from Friday's game. You don't replace Claude Giroux. And he's right. You don't replace Claude Giroux. It's, you don't just replace a guy who's been your captain for 9 years. You don't replace a guy who's been with your team for 15 that easily. And you don't replace 1,000 games and 900 points easily either. So I just don't understand sometimes the direction that this team wants to take, because of the fact that, again, if your message is aggressive retool and all of that type of stuff, then yes, certainly you wanted to position yourself the best way you could. And then at the same time, there just seems to be, and again, Giroux had every right to do what he's doing to make the deal wherever he wanted to go. But I didn't understand, going back to the Rasmus Ristolainen extension, let's say, why you didn't keep that trade chip on the table to, again, accrue more assets that take you into the offseason and better position you for that aggressive retool. To me, that said, settling for more of the same is acceptable. And that's the wrong message to send to a fan base right now that is already disinterested. and already losing connection because you've also taken the longest tenured player, not just with the Flyers, but in the entire city, and shipped him out this year, which was never the intention. It was never going into the season, hey, we are preparing ourselves to trade Claude Giroux at the trade deadline. That was not the goal, and yet here we are. And it's the second straight season of very similar, just abomination of play. I mean, they're losing games on a new level these two seasons than we've ever seen in years past. And that's a really hard and bitter pill to swallow. And when you trade your captain and a franchise icon and get back one player and two futures that, again, they're lottery tickets. A draft pick is essentially a lottery ticket, especially when you're now talking, either a third round pick in a draft next year, a first round pick that's 2 years down the line from this year's draft, which quite frankly, I don't think is being used by the Flyers one way or the other. I don't think Chuck Fletcher's making that pick, and I don't think it's going to be used. I think it's a trade chip. But beyond that, to also include two other contracts, and yes, are they contract dumps that can lead to future signings for college players and things like that? Yes, but when you look at the overall package on paper and you see a draft pick, two other players, Claude Giroux, and only one active player coming back in return, it's going to underwhelm, and it was always going to underwhelm. There's really just no way to replace a player of that stature without feeling a little underwhelmed with the return.
Flyers insider Kevin Durso joining us here on Sports Bash with 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Monday. NHL trade deadline expired 35 minutes ago. Claude Giroux was traded over the weekend. Before I ask you about the two guys who were traded in the last 24 hours, tell the audience who is Owen Tippett and should they even care?
You very much should care because of the fact that this is one of the players that now becomes part of this retool, if you will. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to completely work out. Obviously, you're always taking chances when you have young players who aren't fully developed or haven't necessarily gotten that chance to play at a higher role. I'll give him this. He made his debut on Sunday and he looked really good. And I heard the oohs and ahs from the crowd in attendance as he did some things that, quite frankly, we haven't seen a lot of players do for the Flyers this season. But it's one game. He needs to be consistent with it. He's going to get an opportunity that he definitely didn't have in Florida. That lineup is loaded. It has only become more loaded over the course of the weekend and the trade deadline. And so because of that, he's a guy who maybe averaged 11 minutes a night, and he's going to probably get close to 14, 15 for the rest of the season with the Flyers. And that's a good thing for him. He does need to get the opportunity. And he does possess a lot of raw talent. He's got a great shot. He's a decent skater, can showcase some speed, some skill, all that type of stuff. And I think all of that was on display on Sunday. But it has to happen regularly. If we're looking at the final 20 games, now that first one is in the books for Tippett, and we can come away with this and say, you know what, 13, 14 times, he looked pretty good. He only had maybe 4 or 5 off nights that you have to chalk it up somewhere. Maybe it's the talent level on the other side. Maybe it's a back-to-back and you just don't have the energy. But if he's not that consistent and he kind of becomes a similar mold of a lot of players we've seen kind of come through the door over the years, then it's going to be a concern. So they have to really kind of hope that he becomes that consistent player for them. He certainly wasn't the most attractive name to come back from Florida as a centerpiece of a deal. There was better that they could have done with other prospects. But you got to understand Florida's standpoint there as well, where if Claude Giroux is telling you, this is where I want to go, then the leverage is gone. And you're not going to part ways with your top prospect who hasn't even debuted yet, who may not have even signed yet. There was another prospect that was mentioned that was he's a University of Michigan product who is not signed yet by Florida. He's not on his entry-level deal yet because he's still a college kid. They probably have intentions of using him down the line, and if they don't have to part ways with a guy like that, why should they? So this is what the Flyers were able to do with this deal, given the leverage, and now they're going to have to hope that Owen Tippett kind of takes that change of scenery and opportunity and embraces it the way he certainly did on Sunday and does that with consistency.
What is his actual potential? Because everywhere I go, people who like Owen Tippett as a prospect, they all say, oh, he's got so much, physical ability. And I'm like, but what is his potential? Like, does anybody actually know what this kid's potential, or is he just some talent that nobody can put their finger on?
Well, it's difficult when it comes to prospects because of the fact that you kind of make projections of where they might fit in the lineup, but it really is always up to the player who, how much does he embrace the opportunity? How much does he go forward with what he's doing? How well does he develop? How well does the team he's on develop him? That's also another key. because we can certainly question some things we've seen from the Flyers with that, in terms of development of players. I would say that a safe guesstimate at this point for him is, kind of right where he was. He started on the third line with the Flyers yesterday, and hopefully, he may be able to crack that top 6 and be a second line type of guy. He's not a top line player, but he is a former first round pick and a 10th overall pick. And, I put in an article today about Owen Tippett specifically. A guy doesn't just get taken 10th overall because he has no ability. He's got ability. Consistency is the key with him. So if he can continue to grow and kind of embrace the fact that, now he's not just a throw-in piece to the Florida lineup that kind of is filling in when a guy's hurt or something like that. He gets a solid place in the middle 6. Maybe he runs with that opportunity. Maybe that's what he's needed all along. And you hope that that's the case, but obviously there's a chance that it doesn't pan out that way either. So the Flyers need to be diligent on him. They need to work with him and identify areas where his game can improve. Certainly, he's a big body, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's the most physical guy. Maybe that's an area you tell him to improve with. He's said he wants to improve his 200-foot game, so he wants to be better defensively. So you work with him on those areas, but don't mess with the things that he's really good at either. If he's got a really good shot, encourage him to use it. If he's got some good speed or good skill, encourage him to show it off when he has the opportunity to do so. So it's kind of that balancing act of letting his natural talent and abilities that made him a top prospect, in that 2017 draft when he was taken 10th overall, let that stuff be on display and let him use it when he can, but also don't necessarily shy away from correcting some of the things that can make him a better, well-rounded player.
Kevin, before I let you go, Justin Braun traded, Derek Brassard traded. That just felt like, formalities, right? Guys who are going to have expiring contracts, you get something in return for them, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in Braun's case, there was more of a market for him. I think time just kind of, I don't want to say time ran out, but there was a lot of potential destinations for him that were coming off the table really quickly. He could have gone to Toronto, and Toronto got Mark Giordano. He could have gone to, Edmonton was an opportunity possibly for him at one point. And Edmonton goes out and gets Brett Kulak instead. And already prior to today, Boston gets Hampus Lindholm. Florida gets Ben Sherratt. There's enough guys going off the board as defensemen that you're starting to see those opportunities dry up. I was starting to think as yesterday progressed, especially when Toronto makes the move for Giordano, the Rangers needed to do something. The Eastern Conference is loading up on making moves, especially the Atlantic Division. So the Rangers really had to do something to kind of keep up. And they didn't just acquire Justin Braun today. They acquired a few other players, some depth guys that certainly can help them. They've got a lot of top end talent, as we've seen, with, your Mika Zibanejad's, Artemi Panarin's, Adam Fox's, those kind of guys who have already solidified their roles. You kind of rounded out the rest of your lineup. So it was a natural destination for him. And I think that the Flyers got the best they could. A 2023 pick is really important too, by the way. I do want to stress that because it's said that that's going to be the deeper draft. And the Flyers now have 3 picks, if you include the pick they got in the Giroux trade as well, that's in 2023, which is also a 3rd rounder. And now that you have 3 of those picks, you could very easily package a couple of those to move back into the 2nd round. They had traded their 2023 2nd-round pick in the Ristolainen deal this past offseason. So now you could get back into the 2nd round, and that could make a difference. And certainly, again, I think that 2024 1st-round pick is back on the table as well. If you're talking about playing around, especially if you still have it going into the 2023 draft, it's certainly on the table. And, same thing with Brassard. You did what you could. I actually think that a 4th is a really good return value for him. I would have actually projected more of a 5th, kind of like the Michael Raffl deal a year ago. So a 4th is pretty darn good. About the only thing that I didn't quite understand from the deadline was, Martin Jones was a guy who I thought could be moved and certainly had put his best foot forward in his final few starts before the deadline. So probably could have upped the value there. There is some buzz about how the Flyers wanted to get another goalie back in return for Jones just due to some organizational injuries that they're dealing with. So I guess so they would be able to round out their goaltending group at both the NHL and AHL naturally. But I still wouldn't be surprised if Jones kind of isn't as huge a part of the future with this team for the rest of the season. I think they want to get a look at a guy like Felix Sandstrom and see if he's a natural backup to Carter Hart next year, as opposed to having to go out and sign another guy like Martin Jones. So maybe they have the option they want internally. But ultimately, I think they did what they could. Is it great? No, I think they could have done a lot better. And I think they could have moved a couple more pieces if things had panned out a little bit better, even if they weren't in the best position, like out of the playoff picture, but they're so low in the standings, and the way that they've played kind of dictates, the fact that you can't move a guy like Keith Yandel, who is on an expiring cheap contract, but at the same time hasn't given you enough to have much of a market. And certainly, it kind of in hindsight with Jones, if they had an offer on the table, like I mentioned previously, a 5th round pick from Edmonton, maybe about a month ago, and maybe in hindsight, you wish you would have taken that deal because of the way things are now, but that's the way that these things work at the deadline. Hindsight's 20/20, and you don't get to go back and make the deal that you thought you could have had then. You just kind of go with what you have available. And Brassard became that player, that depth forward, that when guys are coming off the board and teams want to make one more last-minute addition, that's what they got to do. And the Flyers did what they had to do at the deadline with at least a couple of these unrestricted free agents. And I'm sure, as Chuck Fletcher kind of laid out on Sunday, probably some more groundwork being done on other opportunities that may not come to fruition until the offseason, because this is a time when some trades get discussed that you don't hear about until June, July, that kind of time. So we'll see. But for now, at least, they made moves with some of the unrestricted free agents that they had, and it's a start, but they have an awful lot of work to do to get anywhere close to where they want to be.
He is Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Follow him on Twitter at Kevin_Durso for more Flyers coverage as the Flyers walk out of the deadline with draft picks and one player. Owen Tippett is a player, yes. Top 10 pick overall. We got to give him credit for that. But we'll see what happens. It's a lot of wait and see for the Flyers now moving forward. Kevin, appreciate you jumping on, and hopefully you won't be too bored with the rest of the Flyers season.
I doubt it. There's a lot still to happen down the road, so we'll see what happens for sure. Thanks for having me, Josh.
Take care, Kevin. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Seattle City. The Eagles have signed a wide receiver, but it might not be who you think. I'll tell you who it is on the other side, and then we'll get into deeper with Jeff Mosher for Football at 4 coming up in about 15 minutes here on 97.3 ESPN FM.
We never stop talking Eagles and NFL. It's Football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
What will you discover at Rider University? Endless possibilities. Join us on Sunday, April 24th at 10 a.m. for an in-person open house. You'll meet current students, tour campus, and grab a bite at our food trucks. At Rider, choose from 70-plus majors and gain hands-on experience through internships, fieldwork, and more. Your academic advisor and career coach will help you create a plan that brings your goals to life. And Rider offers guaranteed career support so you're prepared for what's next. Register today at rider.edu/open house.
Straight Talk Wireless now has the new iPhone 13 with cinematic mode, which lets you focus on what matters. And with Straight Talk, you can focus on getting the best deal. Our Silver Unlimited plan is just $45 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. And it runs on the largest, most dependable networks, now with nationwide 5G. With the iPhone 13 on Straight Talk, you can share whatever you want, wherever you want. Straight Talk Wireless. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. So you need to change your oil. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Daily Protection or Valvoline Max Life High Mileage Motor Oil with an STP oil filter, plus an STP air filter or cabin air filter for just $36.99. Visit one of our 6,000 stores or order from AutoZone.com for same-day store pickup or next-day delivery.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Has this ever happened to you? My friend was telling me about his new pair of headphones, so I looked them up online. Now, everywhere I go is a creepy ad for those headphones I looked at one time. I hate that feeling like I'm being watched. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter.com/offer.
At Wendy's, March is madness. With our breakfast Baconator. Sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. Both made with fresh cracked eggs. Or even a honey butter chicken biscuit. And we're just getting warmed up. Get 50% off the official breakfast of March Madness when you order through the Wendy's app. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
For a limited time at participating Wendy's via app offer only. Account registration required. No discount applies to taxes or fees. Not valid with any other offer.
Your happiest spring starts with Lowe's. And Lowe's has everything your lawn needs to look good. Like Scott's Triple Action Lawn Fertilizer starting at $29.98. And save $30 on the Craftsman 20-volt trimmer blower combo kit. Was $129, now only $99. Create a season full of green and get the most out of spring. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, about 3/17 through 3/23. U.S. only. Scott's offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
At Progressive, we know there's nothing like the feeling of riding your motorcycle with your buddies on the open road. It's a potent cocktail of thrills, laughter, and pure adrenaline. A feeling that would be impossible to recreate on the radio. Until now. Hit it, sound effects guy.
I'm real proud of you, son.
Wow, that was terrible. Our apologies for even trying. Quote with Progressive and see if you could save with America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When you support your local small businesses, it helps keep your neighbors employed, helps kids save for college, and strengthens your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts local businesses in the spotlight. Seashore Gardens Living Center, Galloway, enriching elder lives in South Jersey for more than a century. Online at seashoregardens.org. Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 at Egg Harbor City, fillingmarble.com. Piccadilly Inn on Route 206 in Chemung, home of South Jersey's best wings. Absecon Veterinary Hospital, open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and at abseconvet.com. McAllister, the service company, for all your cooling and heating needs. Call 800-757-4122 or visit mcservice.com. Perfect Basement, schedule a free inspection at perfectbasement.com. First Bank of Sea Isle City, Cape May County's community bank. Thank you for supporting your local businesses from Town Square Media, South Jersey.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Sports Bash is being brought to you by AC Airport. Plan your spring break getaway now. Create memories to last a lifetime with nonstop flights from Atlantic City to Cancun, San Juan, and Miami. Book your low-cost flight today at spirit.com. Eagles have signed a receiver, and his name is Zach Pascal. Definitely an underwhelming signing, to say the least. You know, calling Zach Pascal a veteran is a very loose interpretation of the term. He is a veteran technically. 27 years old. This will be his 5th season in the NFL, 4 seasons in Indianapolis. He wasn't a bad player. I mean, he was productive. You know, if you're like in a deeper fantasy football league, you might have had him as your flex at some point. You know, he's got 2 years of 5 receiving touchdowns. He was a solid part of the team's offense. He was not a go-to receiver. He was not a primary weapon. I don't hate the move. I think it's an interesting move, but I feel like it's an underwhelming one. I feel like this was one of those moves where the Eagles were saying, look, we know that Howie wants to add to this roster, but we also know that the head coach wants certain players on this roster. So this move feels like them attempting to create a player who can play the outside receiver slot, maybe like a rotation between him and Quez Watkins on the outside. I'm assuming that's kind of the idea. The idea would be whoever doesn't play the outside plays the slot between him and Watkins right now. That's why I say it's underwhelming. I was really hoping this team would go out. Maybe there's still time. Maybe they can still trade for a guy or acquire a guy who can do that. But I personally would like to see this guy, Howie Roseman, go and do more. And even if that more is bring in T.Y. Hilton too, like if you're going to bring in Pascal, if you go down the Sirianni work with this guy route, go get T.Y. Hilton too. Sign him to a prove-it deal, see what he has left in the tank. I think that part of the problem I have with this team is when your two biggest veterans in the receiver room are Greg Ward and Zach Pascal, it's disingenuous to me. What you're basically saying is that you don't feel like going out and spending money on this position. So the Eagles are signing Zach Pascal, wide receiver with the Colts for 4 years, worked with Sirianni for 3 of his 4 years in Indianapolis. He's going to be your new receiver. Now, maybe I'm too harsh. Maybe I'm too negative about this. We'll ask Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Bird podcast coming up on the other side here on 97.3 ESPN Football at 4. Each and every day at 4 o'clock, we talk Eagles. We'll talk more NFL coming up at 5 p.m. as well. Matt Ryan traded to the Colts. Deshaun Watson's with the Browns. Andy McNamara from Sportsnet joins me coming up at 5 p.m. No Joel Embiid tonight for the Sixers. Paul Hudrick from Inside the Birds will join us at 4:40 p.m. I'm Josh Hennig. This is 97.3 ESPN.
Drive to the rim, floater good. It's the Sweet 16 on 97.3 ESPN. Experience the madness of the NCAA tournament only on 97.3 ESPN. All the buzzer beaters. All the upsets and all the big moments. March Madness on 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by
Resorts Casino Hotel, home to DraftKings Sportsbook. Visit resortsac.com.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
It's the morning of your colonoscopy. You spring out of bed and you say, I just can't wait to get this test. Said no one ever. Let's face it, getting a colonoscopy is no fun. But you know what's worse than colonoscopy? And I'm just going to be blunt here. Colon cancer. March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. Here's something we all need to know. The new recommendation for a first colonoscopy for people of average risk is now age 45. This is important because colon cancer is now on the rise in people younger than their mid-50s. There's really nothing to it. You're asleep during the entire procedure, and most of us only need the test every 10 years. It's a small price to pay to detect colorectal cancer, which is highly treatable if found in its earliest stages. So make that appointment today. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
Hear ye, hear ye. Thanks for coming to the town square. First, I'd like to tell you about Steve. He's a plumber. I hear he does good work. Also, Tim. He's this new thing called a dentist. Oh, and Monica, she has a new vegan restaurant. I didn't even know that was a thing yet. Anyway, if you need those things, just wander around town and try to find them because the internet hasn't been invented yet, so I don't know.
This isn't the olden days. Now, word of mouth has gone online. At Town Square, South Jersey, we can show you how to harness the power of your existing word of mouth and amplify it online. Go to townsquarelocal.com for a free local customer analysis, where you can see how many local customers in South Jersey you could reach online. Visit townsquarelocal.com and be the Town Square today. That's townsquarelocal.com.
Progressive presents Forced Metaphors about bundling your home and auto.
In sports, 3 goals is a hat trick. And when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, you get a hat trick of great savings and round-the-clock protection. So you might be thinking, wait, that's 2 things. A hat trick is 3. But in this metaphor, great savings counts as 2 goals, and so does round-the-clock protection. So it's like 4 goals, and that's more than 3. It's basic math.
Forced Metaphors. Presented by Progressive. Bundle and protect today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Hi, my name is Takia, and a little thing that I love about the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is when I take a bite, it's the perfect blend from the bacon to the cheese. It's perfection.
Hey, I'm Katora, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese is it kind of melts in your mouth, so you know it's creamy, cheesy, and delicious. This gooey mac makes me cheese every time.
Order dinner delivered on the Chick-fil-A app today. Delivery fee and other restrictions apply. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter.com/offer.
What will you discover at Rider University? Endless possibilities. Join us on Sunday, April 24th at 10 a.m. for an in-person open house. You'll meet current students, tour campus, and grab a bite at our food trucks. At Rider, choose from 70-plus majors and gain hands-on experience through internships, fieldwork, and more. Your academic advisor and career coach will help you create a plan that brings your goals to life. And Rider offers guaranteed career support so you're prepared for what's next. Register today at rider.edu/open house.
A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is hit. He stumbles. He's down.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Jeff Mosier.
I think our track record in the last 20 years, how many NFC East titles, playoff appearances, and appearances in the NFC Championship game. Those are some of the metrics I look at, and I'll compare our record with almost anybody.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. This is Football at 4.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Monday edition of Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Well, the Eagles have signed a wide receiver. It just might not be who everybody wanted them to sign. But it is probably who the head coach wanted. Zach Pascal is an Eagle. And I think it's pretty simple. We know why he is. But is that enough? Have the Eagles done enough this offseason? I say not. We'll ask Jeff Mosher, co-host of the Inside the Birds podcast, coverage of the Eagles all year long over at InsideTheBirds.com. Jeff, how you doing this Monday?
I'm good, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing well. But as I said earlier in the show before you came on, I wanted to ask you, to me, Howie Roseman, he's known for being active. He's known for being a wheeler and a dealer and a contract negotiator and all these kind of things. But I got to say, between Hassan Reddick and Zach Pascal now, it kind of feels like Howie's been relaxing a little bit here.
Well, I would say as far as free agency, Josh, if you look at Howie less throughout the course of his career and more since, he came back from banishment, if you will, in 2016, he has not been a very high profile free agent spender from Doug Peterson's first year on. And that's good, by the way, because he talked about all the mistakes earlier in his career on getting big names and overpaying for older free agents just because they had made some Pro Bowls, and he has talked plenty about free agency being like speed dating. You don't really know who and what you're getting. Sometimes you're just bidding a lot of money. So if you look at some of the free agents that Howie has signed over the last 5 or 6 years, they tend to be younger guys on a second contract. These are long-term deals he's given up. Guys on a second contract who can kind of grow and develop with the core, or he targets veterans on 1-year deals to fill immediate holes using the draft to then address those holes for future talent. Like most of his signings, Javon Hargrave is an example. Rodney McLeod's an example. Malcolm Jenkins is an example. I mean, some of his best signings in free agency have been under this alternative or I'd say modified philosophy when it comes to free agency. So what he's done so far, Hassan Reddick, has pretty much been in line with what he's been doing, and he did make a run at some of the other guys, Marcus Williams, who would have been another young second contract type guy. And we were told that he was in on Allen Robinson, just not at that price. So yeah, you're right that he hasn't done a lot, but I'm not sort of surprised by what you're seeing right now. And then I think the bigger point is that a lot of Howie's best signings, those 1-year type veteran signings that have really come through, have been done after the draft when you still have a hole you need to fill, whether it's, LeGarrette Blount or Chris Long was one. I don't know if that was after the draft, but you get what I'm saying. It's not like the first 2 weeks of free agency type signings.
So let's get into Pascal. Obviously, that just came down about 30 minutes ago. 1-year deal, but this feels like basically, hey, Nick Sirianni worked with him. He knows him. He knows Sirianni. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of reaching going on here.
No, not only does he know him and have familiarity with him, he's a big fan of Zach Pascal, of his character, of his ability to, do what's asked, of his coachability. And, he's coming here to play a certain role. He's going to be a backup receiver / slot wide receiver, when they're in their 3 wide receiver formations. He's a good route runner. He's tough. I mean, he gives you kind of some of the things that you haven't seen enough from the Eagles, toughness over the middle, catch everything. The veteran savvy that I feel like they didn't have last year, and they should have probably looked into at the beginning of last year.
Should the Eagles consider bringing in another former Sirianni guy in on a prove-it deal, like maybe like a T.Y. Hilton on maybe just get another body in the room for camp?
At this point, Josh, I don't know how much more I want to spend financially on a wide receiver unless that wide receiver is going to come in here and be a dominant starter, because I don't know that you need now that you've got Zach Pascal in here, I don't know that you need another guy just to have another guy. I would think if you still want to address your wide receiver core, this is a very deep wide receiver draft, which doesn't mean it's like it's a good draft for wide receivers. It may not be like the one from 2014 that had Beckham and Watkins and all those guys, Brandon Cooks, and it's not known for such supreme talent, but it is this draft. Many people we've spoken to have said you're going to get NFL caliber talent well into round 2, 3, and 4. So at that point, and I know the Eagles have struggled there, but I still would take my chances with trying to get somebody in the draft with all the picks that I have.
Football at 4, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, at Jeff Mosher NFL on Twitter. Now, Jeff, we just saw today that Matt Ryan is going to the AFC. There's a migration. Everyone's going to the AFC. Almost nobody's coming to the NFC now. And I asked the question earlier to the audience. The audience kind of gave me a mixed reaction when I said this. I said, there's 3 teams in the NFC now. It's in no particular order. It's the Packers, the Bucks, and the Rams. Everybody else is seriously flawed. Cowboys roster got worse. I guess Washington got marginally better because they got Wentz. The Cardinals, a lot of questions. I don't know what's going on in San Francisco, honestly. I mean, Jimmy G is still there. I'm surprised he hasn't been traded. So, what happens with the Eagles now? Is there a possibility the Eagles could maybe move up in the hierarchy of teams, considering literally the entire world is basically running to the AFC.
Well, the issue I sort of take with your question, counselor, is that we're making some across the board statements about teams like the Cowboys got worse, as if there isn't still free agency left and the draft left.
Okay, fair.
So yes,
fair.
Did they lose Amari Cooper? Correct. Did they lose Lyle Collins? Correct. Do they have the ability to sign Zadarius Smith tomorrow and maybe another offensive lineman and draft a guy? Yeah, they again, free agency still goes, and some of the best signings are the ones that are done after the first 3 weeks. So, but to your point, you're right that the NFC has lost some sizzle here. I think those 3 teams you named are pretty accurate to say that those are going to be 3 pretty good teams. I still think the Cowboys will be pretty decent. I think they'll do what they need to do. And so, yeah, it does open up the door for a team like the Eagles or anybody else to kind of feel like they can compete. But maybe it also opens up the door for a team that's not very good to finish with like a 4 seed, and you think they're great and they're not. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of get duped in general. I mean, I think as you just sit here today, though, and you talk about the Eagles' ability to compete, they're a little bit better than they were because they signed Hassan Reddick and Zach Pascal. I don't think that they're markedly better. They've improved in an area that they needed to improve in with the pass rush, but every single team, not every team, but 80% of the teams that we discuss signed people in free agency. Every team that we discussed tried to get better. So it's really about how your 53 compares to the 53 the week that you're playing that team.
When it comes to this organization moving forward, this offseason, should we expect more moves, or do you think that the next thing to really focus on should be the draft? Because 3 first-round picks is still 3 first-round picks.
I would say that I think whenever things are quiet around the Eagles, my radar is always up, and things have been very, very quiet, and they still are, even with the Zach Pascal signing. So I think Howie Roseman understands that his team had a lot of holes going into this offseason, and to really, really be Super Bowl competitive, it's going to take more than just one move. So, and he obviously tried to make others that were going to be bigger splashes, whether it was Calvin Ridley, Marcus Williams, Allen Robinson. So clearly, just knowing that, we have to expect that Howie is not trying to leave a stone unturned here and having conversations with teams that may have guys that they're not going to extend after this year and want a deal, things like that. But that doesn't mean the deal is going to get done. So I think Howie will continue to try and look for ways to upgrade the team. Will it happen? We'll see. It hasn't so far, other than Hassan Reddick, really. And we'll see what happens at the draft. And by the way, I'm sorry, even after the draft, if you remember in 2017, one of their biggest acquisitions came during training camp when they acquired Ronald Darby for a 3rd rounder in Jordan Matthews. So that's the one thing with Howie, that he's constantly he says this more than anyone. The offseason isn't the first week of free agency. It's free agency. It's the draft. It's after the draft. And it's all the way up to that final cut down day in training camp when he's scouring the waiver for guys who got released.
Well, also LeGarrette Blount, I believe, was signed in May of that year too. So I'm partially remember that. I think it was near my birthday. So that's the reason why I remember that.
All right, I'll have to write that down. May 1st, reminder to wish Josh at some point a happy birthday.
At some point. Whether you're early or late, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. Well, I figure if I pick like May 10th, I can't be too far past the date or not too far ahead of it. So.
Oh, my goodness. While I have you, one thing I want to ask you about is now this is purely speculative reporting that's out there. So nothing against the guys who are putting this out there, but I know it's not like Schefter and there's no like hard reporting on this. But it has been insinuated by some people who cover the Eagles that the reason why Deshaun Watson didn't want to come to the Eagles is because he's friendly with Jalen Hurts because they both have the same QB coach, and that Watson didn't want to unseat him from a job that he thought should belong to him.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's I've seen it reported, and it is something both Adam Kaplan and I had heard throughout the process, more so over the last few weeks from talking to various people. It wasn't something that's easily I mean, only Deshaun can really answer that, right? But that is something that was kind of the word around the situation, because it was hard to kind of figure out why certain teams got a seat at the table. For example, Cleveland, where he went, it's like the initial word, I want to go somewhere warm, somewhere, better climate. Well, Cleveland doesn't satisfy that at all. Or I want to go to a place where I can win. Well, the Falcons don't look like a team that can win right now,
Right.
So it would be like, what would rule Philadelphia out if those teams were in? So yeah, that is something that when I saw those reports today, I said, well, that does jibe with what we were both hearing in the last few weeks leading up to it. I feel like that's look, everybody has a right to feel the way they want to feel, but it's a little bit myopic also, in my opinion, just because, like, if a team doesn't like a quarterback, they're going to move on. So yeah, maybe it buys Jalen Hurts another year to give Jalen Hurts a chance to, prove himself as a starting quarterback. But we already know the Eagles were trying to get Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson. So in their heads, they're going to be looking for an upgrade, whether Deshaun Watson says I'll go there or not. So I don't want to say it's prolonging the inevitable, because I don't want to be unfair to Jalen. He has a chance to grab this thing by the horns this year if he has a better year than last year. But I think, Deshaun should know that, and probably does know that in this business, the team will make that decision, and if they want to move on, they'll move on.
And part of the reason why I wanted to ask you is because, the way it played out with Watson ending up in Cleveland, and like how there was 6 and then there was 3 and then Cleveland wasn't involved. And according to The Athletic, Cleveland doubled down on the money, and they said, and then apparently Atlanta got mad that they weren't allowed to offer a counter offer. And like the whole thing sounds like it was just a weird situation. Like, I think people forget that in the middle of all this, Watson got to decide where he wanted to go. Like, he had a no trade clause. So, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of people who still are under this impression that, the Eagles missed out on Watson. And it's like, well,
there's
no,
nothing they can do about it. Right.
Watson didn't put them in the running at all.
Yeah. No, listen, the Eagles wanted to be there. Trust me. I know they wanted to be at that table, but they couldn't be, because Deshaun Watson didn't want him there. And if as you're saying, if a guy's got a no trade clause and he rules you out from the start, then there's not much you can do about it. Now, it invites a bigger conversation that we've started talking about even about a week or two ago on Inside the Birds. When one person doesn't want to come to your franchise, right, you can say, all right, well, he's just wired differently. Maybe he just prefers it. When Russell Wilson wanted to stay on the West Coast, you say, all right, the guy wanted to stay on I should say West, not West Coast. Because there's nothing about Denver that reeks of coastal town. But he wanted to stay out West. Okay. Deshaun Watson has these teams. He doesn't want to come to Philadelphia. Not quite sure why. Then you find out that, okay. Byron Jones was offered a ton of money by the Eagles 2 years ago, which, by the way, wound up in their favor that they didn't get him.
Right.
Because they went and got Darius Slay, who's better. But Byron Jones said, no, I'm going to take Miami. It was a comparable offer. Obviously, there's no state income tax in Miami or Florida. That helps. Okay. Marcus Williams, I reported that they were close, that the deal was, you can split hairs there between the Ravens and the Eagles. Marcus Williams said, I'd rather go play for the Ravens. So now you've got more than 2 guys, more than 3 guys. And then I think I saw a report that Robert Woods was basically, because he was only getting a 6th-round pick in exchange, there were 3 teams interested, including the Eagles, and they basically said, all right, Rob, wherever you want to go, we'll send you. We're getting the same compensation, doesn't matter. And he chose the Titans. Right. So you do wonder, like, have the Eagles, because Josh, when I started covering the team in 2005, in the middle of the Andy Reid era, like, there was a burning desire for people to want to come play for the Eagles. Yes, it was always going to be about the money. They couldn't get anybody in the cheap.
But it was a destination.
But it was a destination, right? Nnamdi came here to play for Andy Reid. That didn't work out, but that's why he came here. The money was also there, but the market had settled at that point. People thought he was going to be going for a lot more somewhere else. And that just didn't work out. So the Eagles were able to swoop in. Asante Samuel was probably the number 1 free agent, not number 1 corner, but like overall free agent that year, I think, was Asante Samuel. He came here to play for Andy. And now you're starting to see, even just 5 years removed from a Super Bowl, that the list of people who, for whatever reason, it's not like the Eagles, I think, have a bad reputation. I just think that for some reason now there's not that really cool burning desire to go play for the franchise because maybe the head coach hasn't been there for a long time and neither has the quarterback. So there's not this stability that teams kind of look for and want.
Well, it's interesting also because you say that, and it was just, we're only a few years removed from, we just talked about earlier, Chris Long came here in free agency, like Garrett Blunt came here. Is there something to be said for the fact that you mentioned Andy Reid earlier? Doug Peterson was here previously. Is part of the problem that, I'm going to say this a little tongue in cheek, but Laurie didn't want Doug anymore. He wanted Sirianni, and now they're suffering the side effects of that.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure in Jeffrey Lurie's mind, it's not like he didn't know the optics were going to look bad of firing your coach a couple of years after a Super Bowl and then having to ship off your quarterback and the headlines and the big market. But he felt that in Nick Sirianni, he was going to get a new guy to kind of lead the franchise and be a better face and develop players. And in fairness, we're just in year 2, and he did win 9 games in year 1. But, the unintended consequence, as sometimes we talk about, is that through your instability, you may have players now that look at you and say, I'm just not comfortable. I don't know what's going on there. Again, I don't think it's that the Eagles have I don't think they're like the old Jets or the Browns used to be. I'm not trying to insinuate that. I'm just saying it used to be like, I want to go play for the Eagles when I was on the beat early. And it's not like that right now. It can get that way again. It's just not right now. And it's weird because it's just it's removed from just a few years removed from their first and only Super Bowl. They had more success without a Super Bowl because they had a head coach and a quarterback who were here and winning divisions and going to the conference championship. And they had a long-standing record of stability where the Eagles have kind of been up and down for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years now.
At Jeff Mosher NFL on Twitter, InsideTheBirds.com, and the Inside the Birds podcast here on Monday's edition of Football at 4. Jeff, real quick before I let you go, I want to get your thought on a couple of the other NFL stories. Matt Ryan going to Indy and the Falcons basically telling the Eagles, hey, we're going to kill you on that record of dead money. I mean, it's $7 million more dollars. I mean, did Atlanta just hate Matt Ryan? Like, it's such a strange thing just to be like, and they just signed Marcus Mariota to a 2-year contract. Like, Arthur Smith didn't wait. Like, he got the divorce and found a new girlfriend in hours.
Yeah, I mean, it's the amazing thing is that Matt Ryan was on the team last year, right? You have a new coach, new GM, and yet the quarterback stayed. So you had to know Matt Ryan was on borrowed time. Honestly, I think they're doing right by Matt. And I'm sure Matt's not upset by it because now he goes to a team that is built to contend, and he'll get another chance to see if he can get that elusive Super Bowl ring. He's been there. He just hasn't won it. And I still think he's a pretty good quarterback. And I actually think he had a pretty good year last year when you consider the fact that he lost Calvin Ridley halfway through the year. Julio Jones was gone. I mean, his best weapon at some point were either a rookie in Kyle Pitts or a journeyman in Cordarrelle Patterson. And it's not like his offensive line's great either. And he had a really rough first week against the Eagles, and everybody thought that team was headed toward like a 3-win season. And they still managed to win, I think, 7 games. So good job by him in the long scheme, and then by Arthur Smith. But Arthur obviously has familiarity with Marcus from their days in Tennessee. And I would imagine that Marcus is a bridge. They'll probably look to draft a quarterback. And they're going to start over, just like kind of the Eagles had to do a little bit last year and take that massive dead cap hit. But really that also shows you how fungible the cap is. The cap means nothing anymore, right? I mean, nothing.
Well, I was going to say is that, so does that mean that Josh Rosen, just forget about him? Because he was so on the roster too.
Good backup to have.
Gotcha. The other thing is that, Matt Ryan, look, he's got a resume, but he's much older than Jimmy G and Baker Mayfield. Both of those guys, we've been all expecting Jimmy G to be traded for months. Baker now is going to be traded at some point by the Browns. Jameis just re-signed with New Orleans. Atlanta just brought in Marcus Mariota. Like, man, you got 2 quarterbacks who are not old. And it's like, does anybody want them?
Well, I mean, you got 2 quarterbacks and you got 2 teams that need quarterbacks, right? I mean, you've got Seattle that still needs a quarterback. Excuse me. And you have Cleveland. Now, Cleveland obviously isn't going to bring Baker. Not Cleveland. I'm sorry. I guess Houston, unless Houston's really married to David Mills. So maybe it's now just down to one team that needs a quarterback, and that's Seattle. So they can sit there and leverage Baker Mayfield versus Jimmy Garoppolo against each other. And then whoever loses out, it's like, wow, where do I go now? Right. I'm sure somebody will find a home and a chance to compete.
It just feels so weird, man. Like,
but don't you feel like the Colts out of this are the Colts are like the Eagles of last year? I mean, they got rid of Carson. They got a third round. They got 2 third-round picks. They just gave up only a third-round pick to get Matt Ryan. And I feel like that they are a better team now because they have Matt Ryan and they have a very good offensive line, good defense. Yeah.
But Jeff, it's been Luck, Brissett, Rivers, Wentz,
Yep.
Ryan, and like even Darius Leonard's on Twitter basically like ripping his own team, like poking fun at him. He's like, "Hey man, but I have another quarterback next year." You know,
I know.
I mean, even the players are sitting there like at some point, like, we all talk about like, we talk about GMs, right? It's well, Chris Ballard's one of the 5-10 best in the league, right? Jim Irsay, he's not a sheepish owner. He's not scared to make moves, but it's like, this is a weird situation. The franchise that went from Manning to Luck, now they got a new quarterback every year.
Well, that's why I definitely think they need to use Matt Ryan as a bridge, get a quarterback. And same thing with who else? I mean, Atlanta, obviously. I mean, I think there'll be some, the Saints should be probably thinking of Jameis Winston as a bridge. So I think a lot of these short-term quarterback deals, and then of course, whoever Seattle decides to go with, they'll probably view as a bridge too. So it's funny because it's not a great quarterback draft, but you're going to see some pretty decent teams that all of a sudden don't have quarterbacks, probably hunting to get back into the first round, late first round, or getting up in the early second round to grab some quarterbacks.
And we know those quarterbacks always get overdrafted.
Yeah, and don't forget about the Steelers because Mitchell Trubisky should also be viewed as a bridge.
Now, Jeff, he wants to be called Mitch now. Get it right.
Oh, is it? Jeez. All right, Mitch Trubisky. Gotcha.
Apparently, he wants to be called Mitch now, not Mitchell anymore.
Gotcha. All right.
I don't know what that means in the grand scheme of things, but that's apparently what he said at the press conference. So cool, man. Enjoy the name change, I think.
What's the Mount Rushmore of Mitches in sports? We've got Mitch Williams, low dear to us, Mitch Richmond. Former 2-guard, right?
That was the first one I thought was Mitch Richmond. So
yeah. I don't know if Mitch Trubisky belongs on a Mount Rushmore yet, though.
Well, the problem is there's not a lot. I mean, you just named the 2 first ones that would have come to my mind.
Mitch Morse is a very good center, by the way. He's the Bills center. He's probably the second or third best center. Or is it Mitch Morse or Mike? No, it's Mitch Morse, right?
Mitch. Yeah, it's Mitch Morse. Yeah.
He's a dark horse candidate there.
He's a solid contender.
There's probably more baseball players named Mitch. I just can't think of them right now.
I mean, I remember there was Michael Morris who played baseball, not Mitch Morris.
No. Mitch Morris is the center for the
Buffalo. I remember years ago when Philly fans wanted the Phillies to trade for Michael Morris because he could play every outfield position.
That's right.
And, that was a thing at one point.
How about Mitch Henniger? He's a very good baseball player for the Seattle Mariners, right? He might have to be up there.
Now, is he better than Mitch Morris, though?
I mean, there's room for both. One's a football player, one's a baseball player. I mean, we can get Trubisky out of there until he earns it.
It's really a shame we can't think of a Mitch hockey player.
No, but Mitch Williams has to be there, right?
Well,
I mean, he's got
Mitch Williams and Mitch Richmond are like
personality alone. You gotta have Mitch Williams there. Gotta have Mitchy Poo.
I mean, Mitch Richmond was probably one of the best shooting guards to never do anything in his career aside from shoot.
Yeah, well, he might be the most talented overall Mitch in sports, right? I mean, he's the MVP of Mitches, I would think.
Right.
Not counting Kevin Mitchell. We're not going to do that. You got to be a first name Mitch.
Yeah, let's not confuse. No inverting of the names here. You got to have some rules, right?
That's right.
He's Jeff Mosher. You can follow him on Twitter at Jeff Mosher NFL. All the coverage of the Eagles over at InsideTheBirds.com. And, of course, the latest edition of the Inside the Birds podcast dropped this morning. Jeff, appreciate you jumping on today, and we'll talk soon.
All right, my friend. Have a great one.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. 4 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash being brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bet, take your profit, find out how at PropSwap.com or by downloading the PropSwap app today. We will have Inside the Sixers coming up at 4:40 with Paul Hudrick, and then at 5 p.m. More NFL talk with Andy McNamara from Sportsnet right here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
There's only one place for live sports and sports talk in South Jersey. Oh, yeah! Your sports station is 97.3 ESPN.
It's time for the madness of hoops. Real sports bettors use the free Prop Swap app to find the best deals on all their favorite teams. Every tournament, prop swappers make thousands of dollars by simply buying and selling college basketball teams. And the best part is, you can buy and sell on Prop Swap without ever leaving your couch. Now is the time to find those Cinderellas while the odds are high. Jump on the Prop Swap app, buy a handful of tickets, and enjoy buckets of cash and all the moments of madness. Cinderella stories happen every year, so download the free Prop Swap app today and make sure you're holding great ticket to the big dance. It's easy. If you see a ticket you like but think the price is too high, you can even submit a bid for a price you think is fair. Then buy it. The Prop Swap app even has exclusive fantastic features like filtering listed tickets based on best value, a free activity feed to stay in the know with all the big sales. Join the real sports bettors on PropSwap today and PropSwap.com, or download the free PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Wait a minute. I've heard that before. That's the note Jeremy wrote to me in my yearbook in the 6th grade. How'd you even know that?
Because it's from Geico.
Yeah, wait, here it is. Dear Luke, have a great summer. P.S. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. Love, Jeremy.
Geico's had this tagline for years, because we help save people money.
So wait, you're saying Jeremy copied you? Yeah, that actually does sound like something the J-Man would do.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Do you want the best for your car? Then fill up with Premium at Circle K. Circle K Premium is our best fuel with double the cleaning detergent, protecting your engine from corrosion and damage so it can work at its best. And that, my friend, increases your mileage for more cha-ching in your pocket. Plus, when you fill up with Premium at Circle K, you can save up to 20 cents per gallon. Offer valid Thursdays or Fridays at participating stores. For details, visit CircleK.com. Circle K. How convenient.
March is for nets and bets. Place your college basketball bets at DraftKings Sportsbook at Resorts Casino Hotel. DraftKings Sportsbook is the ultimate sports betting experience with massive ultra-high-definition TVs, 18 betting kiosks, and great game day drink specials. From prop bets to live in-game betting, DraftKings Sportsbook has it all. Voted 2021 Best Overall Sportsbook. Call ahead for VIP reservations. Visit resortsac.com for more information. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. COVID concerns continue to impact routine cancer screenings, according to medical experts and organizations. New Jersey's goal is to transition to renewable energy sources by 2050, and wave power companies say they're an overlooked part of how to get there. And Special Agent in charge of the FBI in New Jersey, George Crouch, is warning you to watch out for a growing number of investment scams. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow has your forecast. Next.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter.com/offer.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Our big weather story of the week, a stormy setup for the second half of the work week. We've got rain chances coming up Wednesday into Thursday into Friday. A few clouds expected tonight. It'll be cool with a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, partly sunny and still pleasant, high of 59. Cooler at the beaches with a sea breeze. Wednesday, scattered rain becomes likely, mostly cloudy and cool, high of only 50. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Cold weather got you down? Forget the snow boots and pack your swimsuit. Atlantic City International Airport offers nonstop flights to Cancun. What are you waiting for? Book your flight today by visiting spirit.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Short segment here. We got Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joining us in about 6 minutes from now here on 97.3 ESPN FM. I want to get to this one text that came in over at 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on Monday edition of the Sports Bash. Texter says Carolina still needs a quarterback. The problem is that if you go through the chronology of how Deshaun Watson ended up in Cleveland, it's really starting to feel like that Watson, again, if you read the reporting, he was so heavily influenced by the meeting with the Browns that they had. It just seems like there's something that we're missing here, because, the reason why Atlanta and Carolina and New Orleans were the initial front runners was because they all were around where he lived and grew up, went to college. He grew up in northern Atlanta. He knew the Falcons owner Arthur Blank from when Warwick Dunn gave his mother a home, part of Warwick Dunn's foundation. He went to Clemson. He knows the Carolinas. He's very familiar with the South. Saints were in play. And it's like the dude literally went to Cleveland because, one, he liked Kevin Stefanski, the head coach. Two, he thought very well of the owners, the Haslams. And three, they gave him a ton of guaranteed money. So you now have a situation where we were talking about with Jeff a little bit. Matt Ryan goes to Indy. Atlanta signs Marcus Mariota. And now you still have Baker and Jimmy G sitting out there. And if you're Carolina, I don't know what the better option is. I really don't. I mean, if you're looking to keep building the team, Baker, I guess, is your guy. But Jimmy G is the guy who's gotten you to a Super Bowl before. Got multiple NFC championship games. They both have injury histories. They're both going to cost you something to get them. It's a weird quarterback market. And the fact that Houston is so married to Davis Mills perplexes me as well. All right, Inside the Sixers next. Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers right here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.
From the first four to the final four. Whoa! Listen to the NCAA tournament on 97.3 ESPN.
It's time for the madness of hoops. Real sports bettors use the free Prop Swap app to find the best deals on all their favorite teams. Every tournament, prop swappers make thousands of dollars by simply buying and selling college basketball teams. And the best part is you can buy and sell on Prop Swap without ever leaving your couch. Now is the time to find those Cinderellas while the odds are high. Jump on the Prop Swap app, buy a handful of tickets, and enjoy buckets of cash and all the moments of madness. Cinderella stories happen every year, so download the free Prop Swap app today and make sure you're holding great ticket to the big dance. It's easy. If you see a ticket you like but think the price is too high, you can even submit a bid for a price you think is fair. Then buy it. The Prop Swap app even has exclusive fantastic features like filtering listed tickets based on best value, a free activity feed to stay in the know with all the big sales. Join the real sports bettors on PropSwap today and PropSwap.com or download the free PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
Want your biggest possible tax refund this year? Jackson Hewitt and Walmart have an offer you won't want to miss. Your Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro will prepare your federal return for as little as $59 and no more than $179. Taxes done where you shop. Your biggest federal refund guaranteed for no more than $179. Stop by Jackson Hewitt in any participating Walmart store today because this offer won't last. Terms apply.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers with Windows 11 Pro and get an easy start to your workday. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more, all with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast, free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
When was the last time everyone agreed on what's for dinner? You want ramen, they want pizza. Thankfully, there's something for everyone on the DoorDash app. For a limited time, get 50% off and 0 delivery fees on your first order of $15 or more. When you download the DoorDash app and enter code ORDERNOW50, that's 50% off, up to a $12 value, and 0 delivery fees on your first order. When you enter promo code ORDERNOW50, that's promo code ORDERNOW50, subject to change. Terms apply. Get more from your neighborhood.
We tell anybody that has a dog, if there was something that you could do right from the beginning so that you don't have expensive veterinary bills, why would you not do it? DINOVITE.com. Dinovite is nutrition. The Dinovite will make your dog happy, vivacious, jump up and down, wag their tails. It will make you smile.
You get some Dinovite, how happy your dog will be.
I get my Dinovite from DINOVITE.com.
Do you want the best for your car? Then fill up with premium at Circle K. Circle K Premium is our best fuel with double the cleaning detergent, protecting your engine from corrosion and damage so it can work at its best. And that, my friend, increases your mileage for more cha-ching in your pocket. Plus, when you fill up with premium at Circle K, you can save up to 20 cents per gallon. Offer valid Thursdays or Fridays at participating stores. For details, visit CircleK.com. Circle K. How convenient.
Hey, you. Ever wanted to learn a language like French or Spanish or even Norwegian, but thought it'd be too difficult or time-consuming? Then try Babbel. Quick 10-minute lessons.
Siesta.
Babbel. Games, podcasts, even live online classes with a real teacher. Hola, clase. In no time, chatting about real-life topics will feel, well, effortless. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com.
The NFL football season is over, and the winter of 2022 is coming to a close. We are rapidly moving toward 2 long-awaited dates. One, after February 26th, there are only 3 Saturdays left until spring, and on March 13th, we move our clocks ahead. Hi, Tom McAllister from McAllister the Service Company. These are annual milestones that set us on a path towards warmer weather and those hot summer days. Remember the end of last summer when you decided to put off upgrading your older, inefficient air conditioning system? Now's the perfect time to revisit that idea and take advantage of preseason discounts and also the rebates offered by the state and the utilities. Talk to the experts at McAllister at 609-927-4122 or at mcservice.com for all of your air conditioning and heating needs. McAllister, we cannot control the weather, but we can control your comfort.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app filling in for Mike Gill. Sixers back in action tonight, 7:30 time, but no Joel Embiid. So could this be a good opportunity for the Sixers to maybe learn a few things about the rest of their team? Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers joins us here on Inside the Sixers, here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Paul, how you doing today? Paul, your mic is on.
There we go. Hey,
there we go.
I'm doing great, Josh. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. So no Embiid tonight. I kind of figured at some point he would find a game to take off. Any surprise that it was this game?
Slightly, but that's only because I sort of had a inkling that he might try to play both of these games, considering they're both against very good Eastern Conference opponents, both at home. But, the back soreness is probably a thing, and they want to be a little bit careful. And it's, picking apart the pieces of what we're told through, Doc Rivers and through Joel Embiid and the team, it sounds like they basically present Joel Embiid with opportunities where it makes the most sense for him to sit. And my guess is they perhaps presented it to be tonight. And, coming off a tough game, he did look, I thought it was kind of a hard luck night. Last night, I thought he missed a lot of shots that he normally makes. Maybe that's fatigue. Maybe it's bad luck. I don't know what the percentages of those things are, but yeah, I'm slightly surprised only because I personally thought it, but like you already said off the top, there was going to be a point where they're going to have to take some days off. It's a brutal schedule down the stretch until they hit April, and then it lightens up a little bit. So this is a pretty good time to give them off, as you embark on that West Coast trip.
What can we learn from tonight, if anything? Is tonight an opportunity for us to find out who should maybe be the backup center or maybe who shouldn't be the backup center moving forward?
Well, if we see 48 minutes of DeAndre Jordan and Paul Millsap, that's going to be not a fun watch. I'll be quite frank. I'll be a little disappointed if I head to the arena tonight, and that's what I see for 48 minutes. Charles Bassey is with the team from what I understand. I believe, he was called up ahead of the back-to-back, as I'm sure insurance. And Doc Rivers did mention about getting these, the older bigs a night off. Obviously, Joel is getting that night off. Could that mean DeAndre gets one too? To me, if you're ever going to learn about these young guys, at least this season with, only so many games left, this is the night to do it. I've been dying to see Charles Bassey with James Harden. I think that's something that really intrigues me. Bassey fits kind of the profile of big men that James Harden has had success with. So I would like to see him get a look. And if you're going to do it again, tonight's the night to do it. Give him a shot. See, the worst that can happen is a disaster. You don't give him you go back to Millsap or whatever in the second half. Without Joel Embiid in the lineup, let's be honest, like it's kind of a game that trends towards a loss. So if that's the case, why not experiment? Why not let one of these young guys or both of them get a shot? That would be what I would do. I'm not sure that's what Doc Rivers is going to do, but that's what I would like to see.
Well, I got a little breaking news for you. Shams Charania just tweeted that Harden and Embiid will both not play tonight.
Okay, well, that's a little surprising because James Harden literally told us that he was planning to play. So that's definitely, and wasn't listed on the injury report. So, yeah, I guess that's a little surprising, a little bit disappointing to the folks that I'm sure that are heading down there. We're hoping to see a big matchup. To not see Harden or Embiid, that's rough. So now, yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, now I think you're almost guaranteed to see the young guys, right? Because if you're not going to play those guys, why play DeAndre Jordan? Why play Paul Millsap? Right. Why not give the young guys a run? But as I alluded to, without James Harden in there, you're not getting a full look of what those guys could do. So, yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. And as much as air was inflated or deflated with Embiid not being there, obviously with Harden, that only doubles that.
Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers, joining us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, at Paul Hudrick on Twitter. Sixers versus Heat tonight. No Embiid, no Harden tonight. That changes a lot of things. Paul, this started as a plus 1.5 for the Sixers for Embiid. Then it went to minus 4.5 for the Heat. I only imagine what the number is going to be now when people get their information now. But what can we learn about the young guys today? Is there something that you want to see now, knowing that there's no Harden, no Embiid? Like you mentioned Bassey, who is somebody else that you're looking at, be like, now I can finally, like, is it Shake Milton? Maybe he gets more run. Like, who's a young guy that really can get some run tonight?
Well, Shake Milton's going to have to play because they don't have, Tyrese Maxey's going to have to start and he's going to have to play point guard. And Shake Milton's really your only other option at point guard. So it would be good to see him get. He hasn't been bad, but he's really he's been invisible the last few games. So maybe it would be good to just see him touch the ball a little bit more, get some shots up. That could be a good opportunity for him. Mm-hmm. Isaiah Joe is really not gotten a shake as far as, rotation minutes. It's kind of been scattered and sporadic. So maybe this is a night you can get him like 20 minutes and just see, maybe he can find a rhythm. Maybe he can hit a couple shots. Does Furkan Korkmaz sneak back into the rotation for a night? And if he does, can he get hot? Can he hit a couple shots? So, I mean, yeah, those are the main things I'm looking for. Or even like, I mean, who knows? Maybe a Charlie Brown Jr. When Matisse Thybulle goes to this bench, this team really lacks perimeter defense. It's a big issue for them. You saw they had some success going to the zone against Luka Doncic and the Mavericks on Friday night, but that's not something you can really lean on. So it would be nice to see perhaps another perimeter defender step up. Is that going to be Charlie Brown Jr.? That's a big ask for a two-way player, but maybe he gets another extended look tonight. He, again, from what I understand, he is still up with the team. So I would say anything that could give them, we already mentioned the big men, but these wing guys, someone's going to have to start differentiating themselves from the rest of the pack. And maybe this night could be a night that one of those guys starts to do that.
I want to ask you about last night's game a little bit, Paul, because Tim Legler made a comment this morning on Get Up that I thought was interesting. He feels like the offense is getting predictable with Harden, that some of the things that he's doing, it seemed like the Raptors kind of saw coming a little bit. And my response to that is, look, I don't think Harden's a problem per se, but being a former league MVP, I put more responsibility on him when he has 6 turnovers last night. In the game against the Mavs, he only had 2 turnovers in that game. Last night he had 6. Like, to me, people talk a lot about a lot of stuff, but to me, I believe Harden, when he puts his mind to it, is still a high caliber top 10 player in this league. And games like last night, I think, are just symbolic of, when Harden, I don't know, loses his way, things go bad. I don't think he's per se predictable, like Legler said, but I do think there's a part of Harden's game that he turns on and off.
He had a bad night. I mean, that's the way I look at it. You talked about it against, listen, the Dallas Mavericks have been playing great basketball.
Yes.
They've been one of the best teams in the league. I think you could argue they're the hottest team in the league right now. So for James Harden to do what he did in that game where he just took over at the end of the third, into the fourth, he controlled that entire game. So it's not like it didn't go away in 2 days. I think he had a bad night, and those nights are bound to happen. Joel Embiid had a bad night too. I mean, it's your two best players having a rough night at the worst possible time. And yeah, I mean, and factor in Toronto is a team that runs a lot of funky stuff. Their roster construction's weird. Nick Nurse threw out a bunch of weird lineups that they probably weren't ready for when they literally were throwing out like 2 centers, and Pascal Siakam is basically playing point guard for them. Like, they did some weird stuff last night that I don't think the Sixers were ready for. So, and that's not, there are concerns about if you play a team like the Raptors. The Raptors are good. And if you have to play them in the first round, that's not going to be an easy out. Really, if you look up and down the East, the Sixers match up well against Cleveland and Chicago, but they're not bad teams either. I mean, it's going to be a really difficult task to ever you have to play in the first round. I don't know that I agree with the notion that Harden is predictable. I think I tend to agree more with you, Josh. I think it was just one of those nights. He had a rough night, especially down the stretch of that game. And I think Joel Embiid having a rough night, Tobias Harris not having a particularly great night, all of that compounded, I think, into the game that you saw. So I think reading too much into one game is a little bit dangerous. So I would say it's just uneven. I think they followed up one of their best games with James Harden with easily their worst game with James Harden. So I don't want to look too far into that and analyze too much into just one game.
Paul, let me ask you about another thing that I said. Now, you may not agree with this one, okay? But I made the comment earlier that if the Sixers don't get to the conference finals, to me, the burden of proof falls on 3 guys: Harden, Tobias Harris, and Danny Green. For this reason, they're the 3 guys with the most experience in this league, not named Joel Embiid at this point. And, Green's got 3 rings. He's got 3 championships. Tobias, he's a veteran. He's a leader in this locker room. And then you have Harden. He's a former league MVP. These guys, even if they themselves are not playing great on a night, they got to be able to uplift the other guys on the team to put those guys in a position to win. Because to me, I don't need Danny Green to go out and get 20 points. I don't need Tobias to go get me 30. But if those guys are having a bad night, they got to help the other guys be in a position to pick up the slack.
It's at least 2 of those guys. Really, they just have to play a role. You have 2 great players. You have James Harden. You have Joel Embiid. Most nights they're going to give you what they give you. They're going to be great more times than they're not. A guy like Tobias Harris, yeah, he makes a lot of money, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find someone that says he's not overpaid. He is, but that's irrelevant right now, right? Like, you're trying to win a championship, so he just needs to slide into that role. I thought he didn't have a great game last night, but I think over the last, week or so, maybe 2 weeks before that, I thought he had done pretty well. He had kind of, when he's wide open, he's taking the shots he's supposed to take. He's been asked to do a little bit more defensively, and I think he's done that. And Danny Green, I'm a little worried about it, and I'm worried about him from a health standpoint. He's 34 years old. He's been nicked up. He's had all these nagging injuries, and I just don't see the same player that I saw that really, quite frankly, last year was indispensable to this team. He was that good last year. So you don't need him to be that, but you need him to get back to something resembling that if this team wants to go as far as they want to go. So, yeah, I do think there's something there when you talk about those. Like, I expect Joel Embiid to be great. I do. James Harden, yeah, he's had his playoff struggles in the past, but he also hasn't played in the playoffs with Joel Embiid. So I imagine those two are going to be just fine. But yeah, Tobias Harris, Danny Green, those guys just need to play their roles, and they need to play them at 100% and be the best possible. They need to be stars in that role. And if they are, then I think that gives the Sixers a really good shot of advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals and perhaps beyond.
He is Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Check out all the coverage of the Sixers over there. Follow Paul on Twitter at Paul Hudrick. He joined us for Inside the Sixers today on 97.3 ESPN. Paul, enjoy the young guys tonight.
I will, Josh. Thanks, man.
Josh Hennig here on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, the latest news is no Harden and no Embiid tonight. You're not going to have either guy tonight. So you're going to see a lot of Shake Milton, maybe a bunch of Charles Bassey, maybe some extra Paul Reed in your life tonight. Sixers basketball, 7:30 p.m. versus the Miami Heat. The line is now up to 7 at FanDuel. When it flipped to 4.5, I was telling you guys to hit it. I'm saying hit it anyway at 7. I mean, if you're going to go in. Just, who cares? Sixers are going to lose tonight. I mean, Jimmy Butler's supposed to play tonight. You don't think Jimmy wants to go out there and embarrass a bunch of young guys? Bam Adebayo's healthy. Come on. NFL talk next.
Now an NCAA tournament schedule preview sponsored by Geico. The first weekend of March Madness in the books, and now it's on to the regionals. This Thursday, the action will come from San Francisco and San Antonio, and then on Friday, the men's spotlight moves to Philadelphia and Chicago. Plus, women's regional action kicks off on Friday from Greensboro and Spokane. Stay tuned for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA men's and women's tournaments right here
on 97.3 ESPN.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Wait a minute. I've heard that before. That's the note Jeremy wrote to me in my yearbook in the 6th grade. How'd you even know that?
Because it's from Geico.
Yeah, wait, here it is. Dear Luke, have a great summer. P.S. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. Love, Jeremy.
Geico's had this tagline for years because we help save people money.
So wait, you're saying Jeremy copied you? Yeah, that actually does sound like something the J-Man would do.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Welcome to the Caesars Sportsbook Report. The NCAA tournament is underway, and to celebrate, Caesars Sportsbook has released a brand new offer for new users. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app and get started with up to $1,100 in first bet insurance. Sign up with promo code RADIO CZR. That's one word, and then place your first bet on the NCAA tournament, hockey, NBA, you name it. Here are the latest betting facts. Check out the NFC East with the Cowboys minus 150, Philadelphia plus 330, the Commanders are plus 500, and the Giants are plus 1,000. You must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey. New users only. Bet amount of qualifying wager returned only if wager is settled as a loss. Paid as a single bet credit. Must be used within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promo for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Caesars Sportsbook. Download it, people.
Straight Talk Wireless now has the new iPhone 13 with cinematic mode, which lets you focus on what matters. And with Straight Talk, you can focus on getting the best deal. Our Silver Unlimited plan is just $45 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. And it runs on the largest, most dependable networks, now with nationwide 5G. With the iPhone 13 on Straight Talk, you can share whatever you want, wherever you want. Straight Talk Wireless. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Everyone loves shopping online. Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs. Stop searching for coupon codes. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. Plus, it's free, and you don't even need a Capital One card to use it. That's like hitting a hole in one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
At Wendy's, March is madness. With our breakfast Baconator. Sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. Both made with fresh cracked eggs. Or even a honey butter chicken biscuit. And we're just getting warmed up. Get 50% off the official breakfast of March Madness when you order through the Wendy's app. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
For a limited time at participating Wendy's via app offer only. Account registration required. No discount applies to taxes or fees. Not valid with any other offer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter.com/offer.
With all the sports we have, every time of the year is the best time of the year.
And the crowd just buzzing with excitement.
On 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig live, the Matt Black Kia Studios. Final hour of the show here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. This has been a ridiculous NFL day. It really has. I have so many questions about what teams are thinking. I just don't know. You know, when Deshaun Watson went to the Browns, my first question was, well, why isn't Baker going to Houston? Like, the fact that the Houston Texans want to tell us that Davis Mills is like a guy, it's a little weird. Carolina doesn't have a quarterback. Well, let's get into some of it right now with Andy McNamara from Sports. He was kind enough to join us last minute, not a fully planned segment with Andy B. He was still kind enough to join us here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Andy, how you doing today, my friend?
Josh, feeling good, my man. You can see if you're watching the stream, I look tremendous with the graphic. I don't know what's happened with the camera on my stupid laptop that the last 2 times I come on, either I'm frozen or I'm a white circle. So apologies. I'm wearing a Browns themed shirt. I can tell you that. No surprise there. And, so you just have to use your imagination.
All right. Well, at least we got you audio-wise.
We got you. That's right.
It is a radio show.
That's true. That's true.
You know, honestly, at the end of the day, the video is just for you and me half the time anyway. So we can react to each other's faces and stuff like that. Okay, so full disclosure, we know you're a Browns fan. Deshaun Watson is your quarterback now.
Boy.
But I can guarantee you he ain't going to play all 17 games. So you're going to see Jacoby Brissett for at least, 6 of them?
Well, minimum, right? Looks like that. And that's why the Browns went to get an upgrade over Case Keenum to get Jacoby Brissett, who is more, at least similar in stature, size, 6'3", a little bit taller than Deshaun, and has been a serviceable backup. Like Jacoby Brissett at this point in his career, there's no illusions of him being some rock star starter down the road. The guy can come in, he can be serviceable, and he can win you a few games. He won Miami, 4 games last year? Played a few years with the Colts. He can win you some games and be that stopgap until the starter comes back. Browns paid a ton, as we know, and like an NBA-style guaranteed contract for Watson, and now they got the best available backup to at least hold on, hopefully for their sake, until he does get back at whatever point.
My other concern with Watson is, because if anybody read the Athletic article detailing what happened, basically Watson, he likes Stefanski, he likes the owners, and they gave him a lot of money, and that's why he went to Cleveland. Like, it's not the greatest, I've always wanted to play in Cleveland, anything like. So, is there a part of you that looks at this whole situation and, we're living in a world, like I said, Baker didn't go to Houston. It would have been just trade Baker to Houston. Get him. Matt Ryan is a Colt.
I know.
Marcus Mariota is a Falcon. What is going on here that Baker went from first overall pick to nobody wants me?
I know. I feel bad. And Josh, what am I going to do with all my Baker Mayfield stuff? I need some advice. I have shirts. I have the Pop Funko things. I have autographed rookie cards. I have memorabilia with little football when he broke the rookie touchdown. Right? What am I supposed to do with all this? I don't know. But Baker's got bigger problems than I do. And the reason I'm hearing is that it's not necessarily so much the player, although that is part of it. It's his $18.9 million guaranteed 5th-year contract. And for some teams, that is too rich to endure. But then again, Josh, when I hear that, and then we just see any NFL team, it's even the Browns, it's Amari Cooper's $20 million. Yeah, that's a signing bonus now. It's so the salary cap isn't an issue. So at that point, it could be attitude. Baker wanted to go to the Colts. Apparently, the Colts coaching staff and GM didn't like how Baker handles himself attitude-wise. Didn't want any part of him. So bring in Matt Ryan.
I mean, this whole thing is just so ridiculous to me. Does anybody realize that the Falcons just ate $40 million, the new NFL record for dead money, to trade a guy? What are we complaining about money for here? What are we really, what are we really complaining about here? That's one. Number two, people act like Baker Mayfield is some bad guy. The worst thing he's ever done is spend a lot of money and time on commercials. That's the worst thing about him.
And they're funny.
He's not as injured as often as Jimmy Garoppolo.
Nope.
Okay. He doesn't have 22 civil cases against him like Deshaun Watson.
Nope.
He's not a washed out second overall pick like Marcus Mariota. He's not a wide receiver turned into quarterback like Ryan Tannehill. He's not as small as Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here?
I know. And that's the thing. People, look at the stats last year. Baker Mayfield, week 2, small sample size, of course, but he was the NFL leader in completion percentage through week 2. Mm-hmm. The year before, in the first year in Kevin Stefanski's offense, by the way, do we want to go through the head coaches that Baker Mayfield had to overcome, where all other Browns quarterbacks and most quarterbacks would have wilted and died?
Right.
A ton. 4 different head coaches, systems, GMs, etc. The guy overcame, he persevered, and when he was healthy in that system, it worked. Now, is he the perfect franchise quarterback? On the football field, is he as talented as Deshaun Watson? No, he is not. You got to have some nice pieces around him. But it doesn't mean that he is not a functioning, starting caliber NFL quarterback. Look, the dude marched into Pittsburgh, where that Browns team hadn't won in decades, and won a playoff game. He'll always have a special part in my heart. And I think that he is the type of player with that chip on his shoulder. Now, he's got to rein in that attitude. People don't like how brash he is. He's telling off the media, He's got to redo his image a little bit. But in the right situation, where I think a Seattle makes a lot of sense right now, Baker Mayfield could still be a winning quarterback in the NFL.
Andy McNamara from Sportsnet joining us here on 97.3 ESPN. Labeled a FOJ, friend of Josh. You hear him throughout the football season on game night. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Now, the flip side of all this, because I mentioned Baker, I thought Jimmy G was supposed to be traded for San Francisco. It's March 21st. Like, did I miss the memo? Is Trey Lance not the heir apparent anymore? Does nobody want Jimmy G? Like, Mitch Trubisky, he wants to be called Mitch now, by the way, not Mitchell. Mitch Trubisky is in Pittsburgh. Deshaun's in Cleveland. Matt Ryan's in Indianapolis. Marcus Mariota is in Atlanta. You have Jameis returning in New Orleans. I mean, we're running out of places here for quarterbacks, and Jimmy G is on Subway commercials. And I stumped Andy. Andy's been stumped.
Yeah. I know. You cut up for 1 sec, but I heard most of what you said. Yes. But like, with the Jimmy Garoppolo situation and the Trey Lance part, that's what's most perplexing to me. Trey Lance was supposed to be on the Patrick Mahomes route. Sit a year, you got a nice, friendly, starter in front of you is going to teach you, and then you take over and you go win a Super Bowl. Well, why is there this hesitation that they don't necessarily feel? What it's projecting is that Trey Lance is ready. So you can't, I don't see how you have Jimmy Garoppolo stick around. What price are they looking for? And where does it make the most sense for him to go? Is it Seattle? Is it the Panthers? Where does he, and for what price? What is San Francisco asking for? I heard maybe a couple of twos. Good. If someone's going to give you 2 second-round picks for Jimmy Garoppolo, you say no takebacks and you go. That dude cannot stay healthy, coming off a shoulder surgery, injured all the time. And then for San Francisco, okay, if you don't think Trey Lance is ready, who else do you go with? Is that a place for Baker on a 1-year transition? Like, it just seems weird. It seems like if they don't believe in Trey Lance, then what are you doing? And if you're going to get some other guy in on a 1-year deal, is it worth just sticking with Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, what do you do for this 1 year if you think Trey Lance needs another season? And Josh, I would wager, if you think your future star, which is where you drafted him at, star quarterback needs 2 years to sit, is he really going to be a star? Right?
I have no idea at this point. I mean, it's such a strange situation. Speaking of strange situations, so in Philadelphia, I've been banging the table for a veteran receiver, and the Eagles landed Zach Pascal. Does that qualify as a veteran receiver to you?
Well, in the literal terms, yes.
That's what I said earlier.
He is a football player that has played more than 1 year in the National Football League. So yes, Josh, yes, it is technically a veteran receiver. Now, is it the type of veteran receiver that the Eagles would have wanted? I would say no. That's probably something you wanted to do better in. Maybe we have to look at it this way. Okay, Zach Pascal is he's fine. He can be there. He's fantasy wise, he's caused a few headaches over the last couple of years. He's popped off some years and then you chase him a little bit. But maybe the Eagles are going to think draft for wide receiver, which, depending on which year, are you going to get a Devonta Smith or are you going to draft a Jalen Reagor? Yeah, where are we looking at? It's another deep wide receiver draft class where we're looking at this, Josh. It looks like you can get depth into the second, maybe third rounds. So maybe Pascal coming in isn't going to, I don't think, change anyone's opinion of, now this is a real high-flying offense.
Yeah, it feels like it's basically it's Nick Sirianni work with the guy. He likes Sirianni. Sirianni likes him, and they brought him in. Now, I mean, there were reports the Eagles wanted Allen Robinson, but basically the Rams overpaid to get Robinson to come to L.A., to replace OBJ and Robert Woods, because they told Robert Woods, hey, where do you want to go? He says the Titans. Like, the fact that Robert Woods says he wants to go to the Titans is the strangest thing ever. Like, Robert Woods, according to reports, he could have gone to Philadelphia. The Eagles were interested in trading for him. He said, I'll go to Tennessee. Like, what?
Yeah. That one, it's like, why? Not, they're a well-coached team. It's not to say you'd be unhappy as a Tennessee Titan. But if you're a wide receiver, you get paid off of putting up gaudy stats. I don't know. Why wouldn't your first pick be, hey, can I go play with Tom Brady? Hey, can I go play with Patrick Mahomes? Can I play with somebody who can throw me the ball a lot and not be a run-first offense? Like, I would have rather him in Philadelphia would have been nice. That would have been a sweet, sweet fit. I would have liked that.
Look at the Titans now. They got Robert Woods to add to A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
They brought in Austin Hooper to play tight end. The Titans actually looks like an offense now.
Yeah, look, Austin Hooper is 2 years in Cleveland. He caught the ball and he fell down. That's it. Like a good possession tight end, not nearly as dynamic as when the Browns signed him a couple years ago. So he's going to be a reliable, you throw the ball to where Austin Hooper is, and then you expect him to fall down at that point. So he could be a chain mover if you throw it to where he's standing at the chain. If it's a foot in front of the chain, he's not getting to the chain. So it's a fine offense. You're really expecting Derrick Henry and to go back to that run first and then have the passing game complement. Robert Woods take some pressure off of A.J. Brown, hopefully in a more successful way than Julio Jones did. I don't know where you put Julio right now. Certainly fantasy-wise, Josh, he's gone. Like, forget about I don't care where Julio Jones goes. You do not want him on your fantasy team. Real life-wise, he's now really, I think, going to be relegated to a nice little extra piece. Maybe makes a big catch here and there. That's got to be it.
All right, before I let you go, because you mentioned Julio Jones, does he go to Indy to rejoin Matt Ryan, or does he go to Tampa and join the bunch with Brady?
Ooh, boy. You know what? If it all depends on his health, which he can't stay healthy. So really, I don't think it matters at all. I think it'd be kind of fun to go back with Matt Ryan, kind of have him reconnected. That can be a cool story. I think if you're the Bucs, you can do better. Like, you know what? You're probably going to have your pick. Do you want Julio there? Healthy? Yeah. But like, Josh, if you keep having to preface everything with ifs, if this happens, if, too many ifs mean nothing, means it's not going to happen. So I'm not buying into Julio really in any capacity here. So let's go storyline wise and say reunite with Matt Ryan. Let's do that.
All right. Andy McNamara, Sportsnet, at AndyMC81 on Twitter, where you give him a follow. Check out all of his coverage of the NFL, fantasy sports all year round, and more. And before I let you go, tell the folks about UFF.
Yeah, brother. Thank you. Yeah, well, UFFsports.com. Hey, if you guys are college football fans, which I'm assuming a lot of you are, college fantasy football fans, we have a new league coming out, which we're going to auction off on our Las Vegas NFL Draft Party Package trip, which you can find out more at UFFsports.com. But keep an eye on that. 24 franchises are going to be auctioned off, just $500 to get in to be a professional fantasy franchise owner. Going to be really cool, really in-depth. So check that out at UFFsports.com.
Andy, appreciate you jumping on today. Take care, my friend.
Thanks, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Josh Hennig here on the Sports Bash, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Sports Bash being brought to you by AC Airport. Plan your spring break getaway now. Create memories to last a lifetime. Start with nonstop flights from Atlantic City to Cancun, San Juan, and Miami. Book your low-cost flight today at spirit.com. Speaking of the NFL, before we hit the break, and I know a lot of you out there may have heard the news already over the weekend, but I did want to take a minute to just kind of talk about John Clayton. Those in here, longtime NFL insider John Clayton passed away a couple days ago, and there's been a lot of tributes out there to him and about him, but a lot of those tributes are not people that you know, okay? And that's why I want to get up on here, because a lot of you guys who are listening to the radio right now, you've heard me with Mike Gill as his producer and now on the air here on 97.3 ESPN. I personally started here in 2015, part-time, full-time in 2016. So I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people on and off the air. And John Clayton was one of those people. When he was at ESPN, when he left ESPN, and now he was over at the Washington Post, working still at ESPN Seattle. One thing never changed with John Clayton. He was honestly one of the most genuine people you would ever talk to. Every positive story you hear about John Clayton, I don't think is enough. Every time I call John Clayton as a producer or to have him on a show, every time it was, Hey, Josh, how are you doing? How are things in Jersey? How are the fans reacting to this story? How is, when COVID lockdowns happen? How are you and your family with the COVID stuff? Are you working in the studio? He actually had a conversation with you off the air. He actually took an interest in people as human beings. And in this business, that's a rarity. There's a lot of people who I've called or we've brought on the shows who they just don't care. They're there to do their radio hit, do their interview, and they're out. There's very few people who actually take the time of day to actually care about somebody else who's not themselves. And John Clayton was one of those people. And so to me, the passing of John Clayton is less about a guy who covered the NFL, more about just the loss of a good human being. All word out there is basically John Clayton was fine. He got into the hospital a week ago and he passed away a few days later. This came on very, very suddenly. So, and I bring all this up because I want to just say to people, we need more people in this world like John Clayton. The world doesn't have enough people who actually, treat each other like human beings anymore. In the world of sports, where everything is about, trades and salary caps and who can help my team win, John Clayton was the best at all of that. John Clayton was the original capologist. He was the professor. He was the guy who knew as much about the NFL team as the GM of that team did. John Clayton was one of the best all time at being an NFL insider reporter. There are numerous stories how he could get anybody on the phone anytime he wanted about any story. John Clayton was as well connected and as well, well put together as a reporter as there ever was. But even more than that, he was a better human being. And I hope that the world doesn't keep losing good human beings, because there's a lot of schmucks out there. There's a lot of people who they're selfish, they're self-absorbed, they don't care about other people. And for me, as someone who's been a producer and an on-air host, you learn a lot about somebody, how they treat people when the microphone isn't in their face, when the lights are not on them, when people are not paying attention to them. And there's a lot of people who I've dealt with who are one way in person on the radio or in an interview or in the public eye, and they're completely different off the air. John Clayton wasn't one of those people. So I just encourage everyone, if you could be more like John Clayton, do it. I genuinely hope I can be. That's my biggest takeaway. I hope that I can be a better human being than I am a radio host or a producer or a content creator or an analyst or a sports betting person who gives out advice and picks to people. I hope I can be a better person than I am those things, because that's what John Clayton was. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. We'll get back to your guys' thoughts and comments on the other side. Remember, no Joel Embiid and James Harden tonight for the Sixers. Matt Ryan traded to the Colts. Eagles signed Zach Pascal, former Colts wide receiver, former player who worked with Nick Sirianni. Now he's reunited with Sirianni in Philadelphia. Also, on top of all of that, Flyers trade away 2 more players at the deadline. Giroux is gone. Bunneman is gone. Justin Braun is gone. Derek Brassard is gone. Flyers unloading a lot in the last 72 hours. Also, whatever else is on your mind, text board is open. 609-403-0973 is the text board at 609-403-0973. You also can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City.
From the first four to the final four. Listen to the NCAA tournament on 97.3 ESPN.
With basketball season in full swing and UFC every weekend, it's time for you to experience sports betting done right at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside Bally's Atlantic City Casino and Resort. Get in on all the games you love at the FanDuel Sportsbook located right off the Atlantic City Boardwalk. The retail sportsbook features 5 betting windows, a large video wall, 20 self-service betting kiosks, and much more. Get your game face on and score big when you bet with FanDuel Sportsbook only at Bally's Atlantic City Casino and Resort. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When was the last time everyone agreed on what's for dinner? You want ramen, they want pizza. Thankfully, there's something for everyone on the DoorDash app. For a limited time, get 50% off and 0 delivery fees on your first order of $15 or more. When you download the DoorDash app and enter code ORDERNOW50, that's 50% off, up to a $12 value, and 0 delivery fees on your first order. When you enter promo code ORDERNOW50, that's promo code ORDERNOW50. Subject to change. Terms apply. Get more from your neighborhood.
Ever heard the grass is always greener on the other side? If you're in a dead-end job, you want greener grass. Well, My Computer Career can help. In months, not years, they can give you a new life as an IT pro. You learn from home by taking classes live online. Financial aid is available for those who qualify. And My Computer Career offers lifetime career services, which helps you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Has this ever happened to you? My friend was telling me about his new pair of headphones, so I looked them up online. Now, everywhere I go is a creepy ad for those headphones I looked at one time. I hate that feeling like I'm being watched. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Well, I started my own restaurant because I love to cook. But that also means a lot of greasy pots and pans. And we can't waste time with endless sink changeovers. So we upgraded to Dawn Professional Pot and Pan.
Dawn Professional cleans 58% more pots and pans per sink than the leading competitor.
Less dish soap, fewer changeovers, and more time doing what we love.
Dawn Professional. It's clean. Upgraded. From P&G Professional.
Trust Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Homeowners, no need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, or the plumbing guy. Call Jenkins. One call does it all. Jenkins technicians are trained to do it all. You'll only have to call one number, 609-641-6262. Jenkins & Sons has been on the job since 1949. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins for new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing, and drain cleaning services. Calling now will help save you even more money. Learn how to earn a rebate through the HVAC Energy Efficiency Program brought to you by South Jersey Gas. Information can be found at southjerseygas.com. One call does it all. Call 609-641-6262 or jenkinsandsons.com.
Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
With South Jersey information you need to know, I'm Vin Avenue. COVID concerns continue to impact routine cancer screenings, according to medical experts and organizations. New Jersey's goal is to transition to renewable energy sources by 2050. And wave power companies say they're an overlooked part of how to get there. And Special Agent in charge of the FBI in New Jersey, George Crouch, is warning you to watch out for a growing number of investment scams. Get more South Jersey information right now on our app. Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow has your forecast. Next.
O'Reilly.
This is Claudia's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
I had just moved to a new city and barely even knew where the grocery store was yet. When my car wouldn't start one morning, I didn't know who to ask about local shops. But I remembered a name from back home, O'Reilly Auto Parts. I called and they pointed me to a great mechanic just down the street. Now I feel a little more at home.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Our big weather story of the week, a stormy setup for the second half of the work week. We've got rain chances coming up Wednesday into Thursday into Friday. A few clouds expected tonight. It'll be cool with a low of 43 degrees. Tomorrow, partly sunny and still pleasant, high of 59, cooler at the beaches with a sea breeze. Wednesday, scattered rain becomes likely, mostly cloudy and cool, high of only 50. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Matt Blatt Nissan is now open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Get out of that old car, truck, or SUV and into a brand new Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township, or visit us online, mattblattnissan.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Sixers in action tonight at 7:30. No Joel Embiid, no James Harden. You know, when Embiid was already ruled out, I was like, the Sixers are going to lose this game. Now the Sixers are really going to lose the game. I know a lot of you guys out there love it when I give picks. So I'll give you some picks here in just a moment. Thanks to my friends over at the FanDuel Sportsbook inside Bally's Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Of course, the retail sportsbook right off the boardwalk in Atlantic City. So here's the latest line at FanDuel. All right. FanDuel's number right now is 7. Now, that number hasn't moved in an hour. The news came down about an hour ago, maybe more like 40 minutes ago. Every line now has moved significantly. The only one that was kind of like inching along was Play Sugar House. I guess nobody bets on Play Sugar House because that line took forever to move. But over on FanDuel, am I looking at the NBA right now for tonight? If you're going to throw down a same game parlay tonight, here's what I would do. I would go with Heat to cover the 7 spread. I think that's a pretty safe bet. I would also go and grab Bam Adebayo to score over 18. Because who's stopping him? Who's stopping Bam Adebayo tonight? Bassie? Listen, if Bassie slows down Bam Adebayo tonight, then your concern is no longer the bet you made. Your concern is, why isn't Bassie been playing this whole time? And then you can start doing some picketing outside of the Wells Fargo Center. So what I'm thinking is Bam Adebayo, his over-under on rebounds is 10.5. He's got to hit at least 12 tonight, right? And the over-under on points is 18.5. He's got to hit the over the 18, right? So you throw those 3 bets together. Heat minus 7, Bam Adebayo over 18 points, Bam Adebayo over 10.5. That's a plus 500. $10 will get you 50. That's what my friends. Thanks to the FanDuel Sportsbook inside Bally's Casino and Resort in Atlantic City. Of course, must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I mean, even the Bam Adebayo just over the rebounds, plus 116. It's not a bad deal, honestly. That's one of those numbers you look at and you're wondering if the person who set the number understands what they're even talking about. Who's getting rebounds tonight? Sixers are one of the worst rebounding teams in the NBA. I mean, goodness. Good grief. And you're worried the Bam's not going to get rebounds tonight. By the way, over on the text board, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. George says, well said, Josh, about John Clayton. Thank you, George. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you commenting on that. You know, like I said before to you guys, you know, I'm a big believer in telling you guys if someone's a good person or not, because, you know, you interact with people, you know, you run into people. on and off the record, you learn about them. And I got stories, folks. I've only been working here with Mike for about 7 years now, but the conversations we've had on and off the record with people, it opens your eyes a lot. Folks, you ever see me out and about, whether I'm at lately, you guys, I've run into some of you at some local breweries. I've been working on an article about all the, the breweries, distilleries, and wineries in Cape May County. But, sometimes you'll see me at some other local establishments in Atlantic, Cape May County. If you ever see me, feel free to come up and say hello and tell me to tell you a story. I'll tell you stories. I can't tell some of them on the radio. I can tell you some of them, but I could tell the story about John Clayton on the radio. So thank you, George. I appreciate you chiming in. Joey D. and Ventnor chimes in at 609-403-0973. Says, Josh, do you like Zach Pascal? Does this mean early star receiver in the draft? I don't think the Pascal signing has anything to do with specifically receiver in the draft, Joey D. I think that Pascal has everything to do with Sirianni. Sirianni spoke very highly of Pascal when they worked together in Indianapolis. And the word on the street is that Pascal wanted to play for Sirianni again. And that basically the Eagles are going to give him an opportunity to come in here and prove himself as a bona fide number 2 receiver. Because the problem for Pascal in Indy is that he's constantly been either the 3rd or 4th guy. So coming to Philadelphia gives Pascal the opportunity to cement himself as more, to get an even bigger payday off of that. I think Pascal wants to prove that he can be a number 2 receiver. I think Pascal wants to prove that he is more than just a nice receiver. I think he wants to prove that he could do more. The guy's had 2 seasons of 5 receiving touchdowns. He's been productive, but he's never been a high volume target guy. Usually the guys who I had previously talked about, the Allen Robinsons, the Christian Kirks, a lot of these receivers usually get a lot of targets. The most targets Pascal ever got in the season was 72. That's it. And in the year he was targeted 72 times was the year Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback. The next year he was targeted 71 times. That was Phillip Rivers. The other 2 years he wasn't targeted in the 70s. His quarterbacks were Carson Wentz and Andrew Luck. Now, I don't want to read too much into that, but back when Pascal had 72 targets, the most in his career, he was tied for the most on the team with Jack Doyle in the year Jacoby Brissett was the quarterback starter for the whole season. The next season, when they got Phillip Rivers, Pascal, and of course my computer just froze the tab I had open. There we go. I had to reload it. Technology not always cooperating. He was 3rd in targets with Phillip Rivers. So with more stationary quarterbacks who don't move a lot, Brissett's not this big running quarterback. Phillip Rivers really can't run, honestly. Pascal got his most targets. Last year with Carson Wentz, who is a guy who's more of a risk taker, more of a guy who doesn't stay within the offense, Pascal had 69 targets. Michael Pittman had 129. Talk about a non-balanced offense. So Pascal has been a guy who gets targets in Indianapolis, but he's never been like the primary or the major number 2 guy. Last year's offense was built around Michael Pittman and Jonathan Taylor, right? So I think Pascal wanted to come to Philadelphia because I think he thinks that he could be a real number 2 in Nick Sirianni's system. Now, in terms of the draft, if I'm the Eagles, it doesn't matter what I do in free agency. I'm going defense heavy in the draft. I'm going crazy defense. I'm taking at least 2 of those picks, and I'm getting D-line of some form or another. I'm getting D-line, and I'm going out, and I'm getting somebody in the secondary, like a corner or a safety. I'm not doing wide receiver in the first round. If I'm Howie Roseman, I trade one of those first-round picks and get a first-round pick next year. So now I have 2 first-round picks in 2022, 2 first-round picks in 2023, and I can really reload this roster. Listen, I don't hate the receivers in this draft. They're very good players. I think that some of these guys are going to be really good. This team doesn't need another kid drafted in the first round. You've swung and missed on a few of those guys in the last several years. Nelson Aguilar, Jalen Reagor didn't work out. Devonta Smith has worked out. You don't need to get a wide receiver in the first round. You know, for example, I know that some of the mock drafts have had Burks from Arkansas to the Eagles. I like Burks, but he's a very raw prospect. Burks is one of those guys that, and I'm not dismissing the guy, but his route running leaves a lot to be desired. He's not a great route runner. He's one of those guys who he runs to certain spots. He's a physical, big, powerful guy who is a phenomenal athlete for his size. He's built a little like a Terrell Owens without the Terrell Owens route running and probably got the same amount of hands. He doesn't have great hands. He never had a bunch of monster games in college. He was a number 1 receiver in an offense that basically asked him to get open and not really ask a lot of questions about how we got open. You don't have that much liberty in the NFL. So I'm not sitting here saying there's anything wrong with Burks or, you know, I know a lot of people love Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave from both of those guys from Ohio State. You know, Jamison Williams of Alabama, he's coming off an injury. Drake London, he's a stud. I'm not against any of these guys, but I think that the Eagles' value should be focused on defense in the draft. And you can wait to the second round and get a Jahan Dotson potentially from Penn State or a George Pickens from Georgia. To me, Dotson and Pickens are as good a prospects as any of the other guys I named. Like Drake London, Treylon Burks, I don't think either of those guys are like really better than Dotson and Pickens. I think Dotson and Pickens are just unfortunate victims of their circumstances. Pickens is coming off of an injury, but he already showed that he can play coming off an injury very, very well. And Dotson, his quarterback play at Penn State wasn't great. So I'm not holding that against those guys. Another guy that I think a lot of people are not talking about is the fact that, you know, when you think about the Eagles, you got Quez Watkins already. You just signed Pascal. You know, what's the point of drafting another receiver if you're not going to use who you already have? You know, sometimes we wish so much for the grass on the other side of the fence and don't realize you gotta water the grass you have. Over on the text board, completely non-Eagles conversation. Back to the Sixers at 609-403-0973. Texter says, lack of depth and production of the Sixers bench really scares me. Harden's going to be 33 in August. Sixers have a 2-year window after this year. The Miami Heat and Brooklyn Nets and Boston Celtics are better right now. That's from Reggie in Seattle. First of all, Reggie, you're right. The lack of depth is a problem. I think Miami's definitely better right now. The team you forgot to mention is the Bucks. The Bucks still have most of their team from last year. And when Serge Ibaka is 100% healthy, he's going to be scary for this team in the postseason. I think you're right. It's a 2-year window, Reggie and Seattle. I think that for the Sixers, you got to go into this offseason and really clean up this bench. Whether that's specifically trading Tobias Harris, whether that's making another trade. I don't know what that trade would be, but you You have two problems right now. You mentioned the bench, number one. The lack of depth and the productivity from that depth is a problem. The other problem is the Sixers are one of the worst rebounding teams in the NBA. You can't be that bad at rebounding and keep the team as is. This is a make or miss league, okay? This is a league about either you take the shot, you make it, or miss it. It's not about running the perfect offense. It's not about great, screens or great. I mean, all those things are elements, but playing in the NBA, everyone has talent. The question is, do you have enough talent to win consistently? The Sixers have a former MVP and the guy who should win the MVP this year on their team. Tyrese Maxey's a future all-star in this league, in my opinion. Matisse Thybulle is probably going to be an all-defensive team at some point. He's got a lot of Bruce Bowen vibes to him, right? A lot of those, who was another guy who was like all defense and almost no offense? Maybe not, this is not the best example, like a Rick Fox, a guy who, plays good defense with the Lakers back in the day, Bruce Bowen with the Spurs, not as tall of remember Tayshaun Prince with the Detroit Pistons? His job was to guard whoever the other team's best guy was. Wasn't a great scorer, but he made that weird left-handed shot go in sometimes. So I think Thybulle's got potential in the future. The problem is that who's rebounding for this team? Tobias Harris is supposed to be this, rebounding power forward guy. He's not doing it. And I don't think it's his fault per se. I think that the way the offense is set up, it forces him away from the basket more often than not. So either the Sixers need to change their entire system to put guys in better position to get rebounds, or you got to get somebody who's more instinctive as a rebounder than Tobias. I think the Nets need to figure out the Ben Simmons problem. The Nets can't win a championship until they get the Ben Simmons thing figured out. Ben Simmons, he's getting a back epidural. He's not going to be available for the rest of this month. Might not play at all this regular season. What is going on with that guy? Joel Embiid, they're forcing him to take a day off today because of back soreness. Joel Embiid keeps falling on that tailbone. I'm almost wondering if he's got a permanently bruised tailbone at this point. It's a mess. He's playing through the pain, and Ben Simmons hasn't played a game this year, and his back hurts. I don't get it. So I can't give the Nets too much credit long term. I like you bringing up Miami and Boston. Miami's got tons of talent and tons of dudes who want to win. The Celtics, if the Celtics can get like a legitimate number 3 guy, they would be so dangerous. Like Tatum and Brown, they are star players. Brown is an all-star. Tatum is a budding superstar. But the fact that your number 3 guy in a lot of situations is Marcus Smart, and you're leaning on old Al Horford to help you out, and you brought back Reggie Tice, the Boston needs more. So when the Sixers get better this offseason, Boston can get better too. So to me, I'm a little concerned about Miami and Boston after this year. Nets, depending on the Ben Simmons situation. So moving forward, Reggie and Seattle, it's more than just right now. It's long-term. You got to make sure that whenever you do this offseason, Daryl Morey, Elton Brand, I'm looking at you, got to make sure that the guys you bring in here are going to be worth it. All right, we'll get more of your text messages on the other side. 609-403-0973 is the text board. One more segment coming up. You also can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. I'm Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on the Sports Bash. No game night this week. I'll be filling in for Mike Gill all week, so it'll be a best of the Sports Bash tonight, and then Sixers basketball at 7:30 here in your home for the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers, as well as the NCAA tournament, Super Bowl 56, and more. 973 ESPN.
There's only one place for live sports and sports talk in South Jersey. Oh, yeah! Your sports station is 97.3 ESPN.
It's time for the madness of hoops. Real sports bettors use the free prop swap app to find the best deals on all their favorite teams. Every tournament, prop swappers make thousands of dollars by simply buying and selling college basketball teams. And the best part is you can buy and sell on PropSwap without ever leaving your couch. Now is the time to find those Cinderellas while the odds are high. Jump on the PropSwap app, buy a handful of tickets, and enjoy buckets of cash and all the moments of madness. Cinderella stories happen every year, so download the free PropSwap app today and make sure you're holding great ticket to the big dance. It's easy. If you see a ticket you like but think the price is too high, you can even submit a bid for a price you think is fair. Then buy it. The PropSwap app even has exclusive fantastic features like filtering listed tickets based on best value, a free activity feed to stay in the know with all the big sales. Join the real sports bettors on PropSwap today and PropSwap.com or download the free PropSwap app. PropSwap, where America buys and sells sports bets.
Hey, you! Ever wanted to learn a language like French or Spanish or even Norwegian, but thought it'd be too difficult or time-consuming? Then try Babbel. Quick 10-minute lessons.
Siesta.
Bambola. Games, podcasts, even live online classes with a real teacher.
Hola, clase.
In no time, chatting about real-life topics will feel, well, effortless. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com. I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Hey, Pete, how's business? It's great. Foot traffic's still way down, but more people are finding me online. Nice. How'd you pull that off? Well, the first thing I did was go to mylocalcustomers.com to see exactly how many searches there were for businesses like mine. So I guess there were a lot? Yeah, there were hundreds of local searches every month. So after I saw that, they helped me position my business online to get in front of those customers. That's awesome. I wonder how many people are searching for my services around here. Well, it's quick and easy to get the answer. Plus, it's free. Just go to mylocalcustomers.com to find out. If there are a lot of searches, you should definitely get in front of them. If there aren't, no harm, no foul.
Go to mylocalcustomers.com for a free local customer analysis that will show you how many customers are searching online for your type of business. It's quick, easy, and free. Visit mylocalcustomers.com. That's mylocalcustomers.com.
Straight Talk Wireless now has the new iPhone 13 with cinematic mode, which lets you focus on what matters. And with Straight Talk, you can focus on getting the best deal. Our Silver Unlimited plan is just $45 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. And it runs on the largest, most dependable networks, now with nationwide 5G. With the iPhone 13 on Straight Talk, you can share whatever you want, wherever you want. Straight Talk Wireless. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/offer. ZipRecruiter.com/offer.
March is the best time to buy your new cowboy boots during Boot Trade Month at Cowtown Cowboy Outfitters. Cowtown Cowboy Outfitters has the largest selection of cowboy boots in the area. You won't believe their huge inventory, including the best cowboy boots like Ariat, Justin, Corral, Tony Lama, and more. Cowtown Cowboy Outfitters has cowboy boots for the entire family. All month long, save $25 on your purchase of boots when you trade in your old boots. Plus, each week you can win a free pair of boots. For more details, go to cowtowncowboy.com. Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, Josh Hennig wrapping up the show here on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. Sports Bash has been brought to you by AC Airport. Plan your spring break getaway now. Memories that last a lifetime. So with nonstop flights from Atlantic City to Cancun, San Juan, and Miami. Book your low-cost flight today at Spirit.com. Before we get out of here, first of all, I want to remind everybody, Sixers tonight, 7:30. No Embiid, no Harden. I told you guys, take the spread with the Heat. Take the over on the rebounds for Bam Adebayo. It's going to be a long night. It's the young guys versus an NBA championship contender. So, not going to be pretty. Not at all. Zach Pascal signs with the Eagles. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow on Football at 4. Also, tomorrow, we'll talk more Phillies with Frank Close, our Phillies insider for 97.3 ESPN.com. Also, join the show tomorrow will be Rob Motti from the Associated Press. He'll talk some NFL and some Phillies with us. He was down at the introductory press conference for Kyle Schwarber today. It was Rob. So we'll get his thoughts on all that. Also a Tuesday with Thompson, as far as I know. Tuesday with Thompson. Pete and I got to talk about a couple things tomorrow because we'll get into it tomorrow. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want anybody to give Pete any misleading information about what we're talking about tomorrow. But we got some air to clear tomorrow. So bunch of stuff to come up tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. This week on 97.3 ESPN as well. Don't forget the NCAA tournament resumes on Thursday. How about St. Peter's? Make it to the Sweet 16. Shaheen Holloway, the whole crew. I love what he said. He said, I got guys from New Jersey and New York City. Do you think they're really scared? I mean, how can you not like that guy? I mean, Shaheen Holloway, he's been on the Sport Bash with Mike Gill a couple times in the last few years because of the MAC being in Atlantic City. To see them have so much success is so cool. By the way, I will pat myself on the back. I was screaming from the rooftops, take North Carolina on the money line during the locker room with Billy Schweim. Had to sweat that game out, but they won in overtime, so winner, chicken dinner. They actually do have chicken dinner tonight. Pretty sure that's what my dinner menu is. Thanks, everybody, for joining me. Thanks, everybody, who are texting into the show today. Thanks to Mike McGarry, Kevin Durso, Jeff Mosher, Paul Hodrick, Andy McNamara were today's guests. And thanks to all of you who are listening on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app.